10th edition of the World Bank Group Youth Summit. My name is Alice.
My name is Marco, and we are delighted to be here with you today.
Marco and I will be your hosts for the next 2 days. We have thousands of participants joining us virtually and in person. So we are here in the World Bank Group headquarters in Washington, D.C.
The Youth Summit is the World Bank Group's largest annual gathering of young people between 18 to 35 years old. And the idea is to engage participants from all around the world to engage on the most pressing topics that we face as a generation.
The main goals of the summit this year are to empower youth, to really provide young people with the tools to build and engage in impactful projects and to promote dialogue between the youth, the World Bank Group, and other key stakeholders globally.
So this year's summit is called From the Ground Up, and the idea is to develop solutions locally and to elevate them globally. We'll be discussing critical development challenges that are aligned with the World Bank Group's mandates. The first one is fragility, conflict, and violence. The second theme is climate and energy, and the third theme focuses on jobs and skills. So Alice, tell us, what can we expect from the summit this year?
I think we can expect a lot of fun. So our delegates will learn more about local solutions to drive global impact, but we'll also be very hands-on and work on concrete case with our case challenges competition. So here's a little run-through of the day. We will start with opening remarks by the World Bank President, David Malpass, and then we will go on with a roundtable to celebrate the 10th year anniversary of the Youth Summit. It will be followed by a plenary session on community agenda and an introduction to the case challenges you will all be working on.
The audience following the event online will hear about the intersection between youth, jobs, and conflict.
And we'll then continue with a fireside chat about gender-based violence and a second plenary session on the topic of fragility and climate change.
We'll break for lunch at 12:30. Those of you who were selected in the raffle will join the gender team, and the rest of us will convene in the atrium. Afterwards, we'll head off to the career development sessions, and I know a lot of you have been looking forward to those. You'll be able to speak to representatives of career development programs from the World Bank, the United Nations, the IMF, and the IFC.
We will meet back here in the Preston Auditorium to break out again and work on the case challenges during the afternoon. And during that time, our online audience will hear more about green job economy. And we will end the day with a reception right outside of the auditorium where you will be able to mingle with the other delegates and also have a look at our booths with our partners organizations.
So all of this information is in the agenda that you received by email. You can also access it on WebEx and on our event page.
Tomorrow, we will announce the winners of the case challenges and the pitch competition, and we will end with a surprise artistic performance. And we will also close the summit with something I think we are all looking forward to, the Youth Summit party tomorrow evening. For delegates attending online, you can expect interactive activities during which you will be able to share comments, questions, and reactions online.
Perfect. So let's get started. Allow me to introduce you to this year's World Bank Group Youth Summit manager, O'Neill Masamba. Let's give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, great. You can hear me. Alice and Marco, thank you very much for the warm introduction. And to our delegates online and in person, and to our viewers watching from all over the world, hello and welcome to the 10th edition of the World Bank Group Youth Summit. The World Bank Group Youth Summit is the largest annual gathering of youth hosted by the World Bank Group to engage with youth from all over the world on the most pressing topics facing their generation. The goal of the Youth Summit is to empower youth to explore innovative ideas, to tackle development challenges, provide youth with tools to build and engage in impactful projects, and promote dialogue between youth, the World Bank Group, and other key stakeholders globally around a specific theme. This year's Youth Summit particularly stands out from the previous ones for several reasons. First of all, submissions to participate in the pitch competition have been unprecedented. The pitch competition invites young changemakers to pitch their solutions before you and a jury of experts. And this year we received over 1,300 applications from individuals and groups of young innovators coming from 120 different countries. Additionally, over 6,900 persons applied to be a delegate when only 300 seats were available in person. Another record, which clearly shows the interest and excitement young changemakers have for this event, but also testifies of how each and every single person who applied to be a delegate or a pitch competition finalist want to effectively make a change and be an actor of change for green, resilient, and inclusive development. This year's summit also particularly stands out because we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the World Bank Group Youth Summit. Indeed, in 2012, then World Bank Group president challenged youth in the organization to think of ways to foster growth in young professionals and students who can create solutions to eliminate extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity. The World Bank Group Youth embraced this challenge by asking young people from all over the world to participate in the first Youth Summit in 2013. For 10 years now, the World Bank Group has been gathering young leaders, entrepreneurs, and activists, all aged 18 to 35, and providing them with a platform to share ideas, spark collaborations, and create innovative solutions to address the world's most pressing issues. But on the personal level, this summit is particularly important for me because it marks for me a journey of 4 years. That started actually right here when I was a delegate in 2019. Being a delegate for the Youth Summit was truly a life-changing experience for me because I was struck by how empowering and inspiring this event was for youth. It not only promoted dialogue between the youth, the World Bank Group, and other key stakeholders, but it also encouraged us to dream big and explore innovative ideas, to address development challenges and change the status quo. Every single delegate that I met from the Republic of Congo to Australia was inspired and driven to develop ideas that would make an impact in their communities and globally. And as a steering committee member for 3 years, first as a co-lead and then as a manager, I strive to organize an event that conveys this feeling of empowerment and really gives space to our delegates online and in person to express themselves and share innovative solutions to address issues of development. And each segment of the summit is tailored with that objective in mind. From the case challenge, a facilitated workshop that invites delegates to work in teams to develop solutions on cases on real World Bank Group projects, to the pitch competition, which give young innovators a platform, regardless of their professional background, to submit action-oriented solutions to address development challenges. And many more segments, including the lightning talks, a new addition this year that gives the floor to our delegates to pitch their idea to a global audience. What was really important for me as well was to shift the narrative, show that talent and solutions do not only lie in the hands of big corporations or international organizations or the elite, but that everyone, regardless of their social or economic background, the level of education, the color of their skin, their different abilities, or their gender can contribute to the conversation and can share knowledge and expertise that participate in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the reason why, as we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the World Bank Group Youth Summit this year, we wish to bring light to local voices, local solutions, and local change makers who are fundamental to achieving the World Bank Group's twin goals of ending extreme poverty and fostering shared prosperity. With our new theme, From the Ground Up, Local Solutions to Drive Global Impact, we strive to echo the voices of marginalized groups, place solutions that are created, led and driven by marginalized communities at the heart of initiatives to address 3 critical development challenges: fragility, conflict, and violence, also called FCV, climate and energy, and jobs and skills. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the development challenges with globally 3 to 4 years of progress toward ending extreme poverty estimated to have been lost. In regions affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, a multitude of risks has been intensified, such as food security, with around 81% of the nearly 193 million people estimated to be experiencing acute food insecurity in 2021. Forced displacement, with by end of 2021, 85% of the 27.1 million of refugees being hosted in developing countries, and climate change that could potentially drive 216 million people to migrate within their own countries by 2050. Regarding climate actions, the priorities differed significantly across countries. However, nearly 733 million people still live without electricity worldwide, and at the current rate of progress, 670 million people will remain without electricity by 2030, which places energy at the heart of development and justifies the effort toward universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. And finally, jobs and rising labor incomes account for around 40% of the drop in poverty worldwide, and in low-income countries, over 90% of workers are in low quality and low productivity jobs, thus emphasizing the importance of creating pathways to better jobs by supporting access to the education, development of skills, and entrepreneurship. And so to efficiently tackle these challenges and achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030, we believe that voices over silence or disregarded need to be brought to the global stage. In continuity with the summit theme, the World Bank Group Youth Summit event invites young change makers from all over the world to make their voices heard and share local solutions that can have a global impact to address development challenges in FCV countries and setbacks arising from climate change and lack of energy, access, and jobs and skills. Throughout the 2 days of this conference, each speaker will explain in their own way how local solutions participate in driving global development, how through their work they have been developing local solutions or supporting local change makers, and why community-based initiatives and locally youth-led solutions should be at the heart of our efforts to foster green, resilient, and inclusive development. And there is a great depth of knowledge to get from their expertise and shared experience, so make sure to take it all in. And as you listen to the inspiring words of our keynote speakers and panelists, we invite you to take some time to reflect on the stories and experience shared and take them as lessons to teach you how to grow as young change makers. But we also want you to learn from your peers. Whether you're joining online or in person, take this as an opportunity to interact with your fellow delegates and ask them about themselves and what they do globally or within their community. Don't just see this summit as a regular conference where for days you'll just be listening to people talk. Obviously, there will be a lot of talking, but we want to encourage you to listen, but also see this event as a stepping stone to either start or continue forging your path as global change makers. We really organize this summit for you. So we want to ensure that your voices are heard. So be as active as possible online or in person and ask questions and share reaction. And most importantly, let's continue the conversation. We want to make sure that the World Bank Group Youth Summit fosters the conversation even beyond this today event. This is the reason why we invite you to keep an eye on upcoming events, including regional events in Middle East and North Africa and also South Asia. To conclude, I would like to thank every single person who made this event possible. Obviously, my fellow steering committee members, who in addition to their day-to-day job, have been volunteering their time and energy to make this event a success. Our hardworking volunteers and our partners, sponsors, and contributors, thank you very much for making this event a success. Now, as the manager of the World Bank Group Youth Summit, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce our distinguished guest and champion of youth at the World Bank Group for one of his last speech at the World Bank Group. Please join me in welcoming really warmly President David Malpass.
Thank you, O'Neill. I was very happy to hear the champion of youth. That's really important, and I would be very happy to engage with you as that, because youth are so important as we look around the challenges facing the world. So welcome everyone to the 2023 World Bank Youth Summit. I'm delighted to speak with you today. The summit is a highlight of our youth engagement initiatives. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the summit, and its theme is local solutions to drive global impact. It's a crucial platform for youth voices to be heard and to showcase innovative solutions and to connect with colleagues. So I'm very pleased to be here. The world, as you know, is facing an onslaught of crises. Developing countries are being hit the hardest. There are multiple challenges. You're well aware of them, and the World Bank is high inflation, surging debt, the conflict in many countries, food insecurity, and climate change. They all affect people in countries, and especially youth and their prospects for the future. Today, youth unemployment is at its highest level since 1991, and almost half of the global refugee population is under 18. Young people are often the ones proposing solutions, driving progress and inspiring change. So I encourage you, as we heard from O'Neill, to be involved. The World Bank Group is working to confront the crises with ambition and urgency by increasing our financing and sharing global knowledge. So let me offer several examples, and I hope this will feed into your conversation in the next few days. First, and it was mentioned, FCV, fragility, conflict, and violence plague many parts of the world. Nearly half of the world's extreme poor live in countries struggling with fragility and violence. I was in Niger in March, which is itself has areas where people can prosper, but there are also areas that face violence. And around it, in that central part of Africa, there are many challenges, and you're seeing every day in the news the challenges facing Sudan. The countries are huge. People forget how large. I think Niger is twice as big as Texas, a big U.S. state, and the Sudan is 3 times bigger than Texas. And if you've ever tried to drive across Texas, you know how giant it is, and the problems are immense. So the World Bank Group plays a critical role in supporting all of the countries across the Sahel and throughout the fragility world. Since we recently issued a report on migration, which is a huge problem facing people really in many parts of the world. Addressing these impacts, the impacts of large flows of people across and within countries, is key to tackling extreme poverty. We help governments support refugees, internally displaced people, and host communities by implementing social protection programs and creating opportunities for social and economic development. So let me take a moment to thank the host communities. That means the communities where migrants are coming, for their tolerance and for their work and for their inclusion of people where that's possible. We also are working extensively in Ukraine. Since February 2022, the bank has mobilized $23 billion to support the continuation of essential government services in Ukraine. A second issue I want to mention is education. As you know, it's vital. I've been very involved over the years in visiting schools and encouraging our education programs, and that's across the board, from preschool, from good child nutrition, and even prenatal care, postnatal care, preschool, primary school, secondary schools. These are vital in the preparation of children for their lives. We recently instituted a program with the historically Black colleges and universities of the U.S. This is groups of schools with very practical schools, STEM education, agricultural education, education in how to be educators. So it's a great connection that we've made to our programs in developing countries. And so it's something I hope can be cultivated over the years, because while I was in Togo in March and visited the University of Lomé, it has 70,000 students, many of them engaged in very practical activities that we would think of as development, meaning how do you educate in a fragile environment? How do you develop a poultry industry, because poultry is such an important part of nutrition? How do you do it in a way that meets the climate challenges that the countries are facing? And all of that is a great connection. I then went to Atlanta in Georgia, and met with 4 of the colleges, major colleges in Atlanta, that are connecting to development and exchanging engineering skills, research skills are a very important part of the mix, and also student education exchanges. So as we think about the connection of youth to jobs and to the global issues, don't lose sight of the importance of the education of children, especially and including girls throughout that process. That's a mainstream activity of the bank. The third area is the energy challenges. The current energy crisis is marked by volatile energy prices and shortages of supply in many parts of the world. It's particularly affecting the poorest countries. Today, there are over 700 million people still living without electricity. About 2.4 billion people lack access to clean cooking. I saw that in Niger. They're burning firewood for cooking. That takes the time and the health away from women doing the cooking, and the children, often girls, have to be the collectors of wood in order to make it happen. And the climate impacts are substantial, and the biodiversity impacts are substantially negative. So finding ways to have clean cooking is a priority challenge. Expanding energy access and working to meet climate costs must be done simultaneously. The integration of climate and development is key. The World Bank Group helps countries ensure that the transition to cleaner energy meets growing demand, brings economic growth, and creates jobs. We're one of the largest providers of financing for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in developing countries as part of moving the world toward cleaner energy. And last, I would like to again mention the importance, and you all know it, of jobs. That's critical for poverty reduction. If people have jobs, they will be able to advance. But getting that start for many in many countries is just very difficult. We know from our clients that the limited availability of quality jobs remains a pressing problem. Today, we have the largest youth generation in human history. Yet 1 in 4 cannot find jobs that pay more than $2.15 per day, the cutoff point for extreme poverty. 1 in 4 can't find. So this is a priority problem worldwide. It extends even to China. I was in China in December. They're facing a youth unemployment problem. It was in the newspapers over the last 3 or 4 days. And the challenge, as is true in many parts of the world, is how do you match skills of youth with the jobs that are expanding within an economy. So we're working with clients to help generate quality jobs for more people, including women, young people, and migrants. For example, in Kenya, a youth empowerment program combined classroom learning with on-the-job experience and apprenticeships that contributes to higher rates of young people in paid work. So it's this connection of skills to jobs. Overall, the World Bank has over 150 operations globally that invest over $17 billion in youth employment. So let me just finish with the point that youth are critical partners for us as we try to improve the development outcomes for people across the developing world. So whether you're joining us today online or in this room, I want to encourage you to examine the challenges faced by the global community, build your collective vision, and work together to find innovative solutions. With that, thank you, and I wish you all the best for a successful summit.
Devant les fauteuils, je pense. Là, il y a plus de place. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So let's now open up the summit with our first roundtable that will be celebrating the 10th year anniversary of the World Bank Group Youth Summit, with a conversation with former Youth Summit manager, pitch competition finalists, and senior World Bank Group leaders on the importance of youth to lead local solutions and to drive global impact. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, again. So we're going to have our first conversation on the day, and we're going to have some speakers online and others in person. So I'm going to invite Mrs. Mamta Morty to come to the stage, and Mr. Usman Diagana. Please welcome them with a lot of applause, please. Good morning. We need to see the people online. Thank you for being here with us. So we're just going to wait for our speakers online to be connected. But I can already start with a short introduction of our speakers, starting with the speakers in person. So we have Mr. Usman Diagana, Regional Vice President for West and Central Africa at the World Bank, a Mauritanian national recognized as an organizational leader, personal mentor, and a professional role model who leads relations with 22 countries and oversees a portfolio of projects, technical assistance, and financial resources worth more than $40 billion. And next to him, we have Ms. Mamta Morty, Vice President for Human Development at the World Bank, who oversees the global practices for education, health, nutrition, and population, gender, social protection, and jobs, as well as the Human Capital Project. Thank you very much for being here with us today in person. So we're just waiting for our speakers online to be connected. Can we see them now? We should be able to see them on the main screen. Okay. Hi, everyone online. So let me introduce the speakers that we have online as well. So online, we have Mr. Killian Coffey, my predecessor, actually, manager of the World Bank Group Youth Summit 2021, who worked for 5 years for World Bank leadership and is now an MBA candidate, or maybe already graduate at Columbia University. It's a pleasure to see you again, Killian, online. We have Ms. Zenalo, World Bank Group Youth Summit 2017 Pitch Competition Award winner and co-founder and CEO of Pink Collar Employment Agency, which is Malaysia's first ethical recruitment agency that hires migrant domestic workers. And last but not least, we have Mr. Hope and Lovu, founder and CEO of Turvol, an app that seeks to make public transport cheaper, reliable, and more accessible to millions of commuters across African countries. And Hope is also the World Bank Group Youth Summit 2019 Pitch Competition Jury Award winner. And fun fact is, when I was a delegate in 2019, I actually voted for his solution. So I'm really glad he won, and it's really good to see you here online with us. So thank you very much for our speakers online and in person, and for our delegate for being here with us to kick off this summit conversation with a roundtable that will not only be a retrospective of how the World Bank Group Youth Summit has been providing a platform for 10 years for youth from all over the world to discuss pressing issues of development and create solutions to address local and global development challenges, but also a roundtable that will emphasize the key role the youth play in fostering a green, resilient, and inclusive development, and highlight how the World Bank Group has been supporting youth growth. So without further ado, I'm going to start with my first question, and I will direct it to, if I may call you Usman and Mamta. So my first question for you both is, how do you see the Youth Summit value added to the World Bank Group activities, and what unique perspectives can you bring to global stage?
Great, thank you very much. Let me start by saying how pleased I am to share this panel with my friend and colleague Mamta Murthy, and also to see Killian, that I have not seen for some years. Oh, great, sorry. I saw that I have a strong voice. All right, fantastic. So it's a pleasure then to share this panel with my colleague, friend Mamta, and see Killian. I also would like really to congratulate you on the celebration of your 10-year anniversary. So this has been a journey, and it's fantastic. Also, it's great to have the opportunity to engage with many of you in person, even though even during the COVID, we had the opportunity to exchange, of course, through a different format in 2021. Last year it was hybrid, but with very few actually people coming in Washington. This year the attendance is much stronger. And as we speak, I know that there are many country offices, in particular in my region, in Africa, West and Central, that are connected and also that are organizing a specific event. So, you know, David has just offered his remark. He has shared with you how actually the global context, the poly-crisis that we are in, are affecting people and communities, and including youth. But at the same time, how youth in particular are creating platform, proposing initiative as a way to mitigate the impact of those crises in their communities. We have also shared with you on the bank approach, the support that we have been offering to the countries, to the different groups, with strong partnership with young. So I would like really to underscore that. And this is simply because as youth, you have huge potential. You know, your creativity, your energy, your passion are fundamental. And in fact, we have witnessed this on number of occasions. In particular, since the COVID, right? We have seen youth group proposing pragmatic solution to allow their young brothers and sisters to continue to have access to education in a flexible manner. Proposing also ideas in order to make sure that knowledge can flow, and even in the context, in very difficult context, kids in particular could have access to this knowledge. You have created some firms using, once again, the technology during the crisis that have proven to be extremely resilient. And I must say that also even before the COVID, in my previous role as a country director, we have partners with several youth groups across West Africa in particular. When I was based in Côte d'Ivoire, the PGDEC, if there is a Ivoirians in this room, the Mason Projet pour l'employabilité des jeunes et le développement de compétences. So project for actually job creation and skills development. This is something that we have developed with youth. And 10 years later, this project is probably one of the emblematic programs that you have in Côte d'Ivoire. And it's really to continue with more support from not only the government, but also from the private sector. I can go on and on. So the support that youth can bring to development agenda is unique. My last point is, having said all what I have just mentioned, is to not take the youth as, to not approach it only as age, because age is just a number, right? I think it's also a mindset. Mamta and myself, we remain very young, and we are and we are with you in this room, and we'll continue actually to partner with you. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Osman. Thank you, Onyal, for the question. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's a pleasure to be in front of this group again. I had the good fortune of providing closing remarks last year, last time we met, and I'm delighted that I'm able to meet and interact with you on this occasion. It's great to see the familiar face of Kilian on the screen, and a pleasure to meet Hope and Zena virtually. I'm going to follow really what Osman has said. A huge congratulations to all of you and to the present and former organizers of the World Bank Group Youth Summit for reaching the 10th anniversary mark. This is a very important convening and occasion because it is a reminder of the work that is being done with all of you, with all of your organizations. And this work is really for two purposes. One is to hear from you, to make sure that the issues and the ideas that you face are put on the table and are a part of the development solutions that the World Bank Group works on in partnership with governments and the private sector. So hearing, listening is very important for us. And the second reason is second reason why this is important is because young people are the actors and the agents of change. Actually, the world remains a very young place. And there are many of us who are young at heart and young in mind, even though we are not young in age. But the world remains a very young place, and the developing world remains a very young place. It's even younger than the world as a whole. And so the solutions and the drive for change and action have to come from people like you. So not having you as the drivers and the agents of change actually is like trying to drive a car with no gas in the tank. And so this is the second purpose of this convening, which is to hear the solutions and the ideas that you bring. Now, you heard from David, and Osman mentioned as well, that we're at a very critical juncture globally. And there are many issues that are being confronted in the developing world, for which hearing from young people, both what is being experienced, but also solutions, is extremely important. Let me just talk about four things in the area that I cover. Without a doubt, number one, employment. Without a doubt, the setback from globally from COVID, and then the subsequent reverberations. There's a food price shock, there's a fuel price shock, there is continuing conflict. All of this has a huge impact, has had a huge impact on employment, particularly for young people. So hearing about this and thinking of solutions together is extremely important. Second, health. I can talk about many aspects of health, but let me mention something that is concerning everybody these days, and that's mental health. Mental health has suffered hugely because of COVID and everything that has happened afterwards, and making sure that's a part of the dialogue and the solutions is extremely important. Third, violence. People the world over and young people the world over are experiencing conflict and violence. And this is a fundamental threat to personal security, sense of safety, sense of well-being. This needs to be addressed. Fourth, education and training. We are in a situation, we're just coming out of a situation where schools were closed worldwide for very long periods of time. Young children in particular have suffered very badly from this, and they are coming back to school not having learnt much in the past year or two when their schools have been closed. Thinking about how to address this is an enormous global challenge, and bringing the energy and the ideas that you have, as well as your involvement to this, is extremely important. I could go on, but I'm just listing these four, and I hope we can continue a conversation on all of this with your energy and your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, both of you. I really like what you said about being young at heart, and also the place the youth can play in really driving changes. And so, speaking of young change makers, I would like to ask my next questions to Zena, Hope, and Killian. So why do you believe it is key to have youth-led initiatives to address global challenges and foster green, resilient, and inclusive development? And in your opinion, how is the Youth Summit offering a platform to youth to be drivers of change within their communities and globally? And maybe, Zena, you can start by answering, and then Hope and Killian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, O'Neill. Can everyone hear me fine? Okay, great. So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm actually dialing in from Malaysia today. So it's exactly 12 hours after. So it's here in the evening. Yeah. And I really resonated with what the panelists earlier shared in terms of the youthful energy that, I think a lot of us youths would resonate with, because I do remember being exactly on that stage in 2017 and getting ready to pitch my proposed solution at that time, which was pink collar, although it was at that stage very much still in ideation. And now we fast forwarded to 5 years, and I have been involved in trying to address the development challenge that relating to migrant workers who live and work in my country. And I definitely have a lot to share as a result of my experiences and trying to execute this development related solution over the past few years. So I think that it's key to have youth-led initiatives to address certain global challenges, particularly in my industry, because we have an aspect of empathy, I believe, to lend. So to give a bit of context, I lead Pink Collar. We are Malaysia's first ethical employment agency to address issues of modern slavery and exploitative practices towards the approximate 250,000 registered migrant domestic workers who work here. And when we speak about domestic workers, we are referring to household service workers who are living in and working within Malaysian-based households as nannies, caregivers, cooks, housekeepers, and they are, upon starting work in Malaysia, they're usually bound to 2-year-long contracts where they live and work behind closed doors. So you can only imagine that, due to the private nature of these jobs and perhaps the insufficient enforcement and monitoring and grievance mechanisms that migrant workers would have available to them, that there are rife practices observed within this space where migrant workers would often perhaps pay a large amount of recruitment fees, illegal recruitment fees, in order to secure these jobs. They might face illegal salary deductions or even non-payment of wages by their employers. They would have their freedom of movement restricted, not being able to leave the homes in which they work. They might also very commonly have their personal documents, such as their passports, confiscated during the course of the employment here. So growing up, I was actually raised by a migrant domestic worker like that. And I think as a youth, as I kind of grew older and was starting to embark on my professional journey, I think the empathy that came from being exposed to this demographic and being able to, I think, empathize to a certain extent due to me being a direct beneficiary of the care and the impact, the positive impact that is created by workers in these caring related jobs. I felt very strongly about writing the issue of worker exploitation for migrant domestic workers in Malaysia. And that led to me ideating Pink Collar and pitching that to the World Bank 5 years ago. And I do feel like it has gone full circle, because when I was offered the opportunity to speak with you today, I definitely seized it, because in my own personal reflections, I think the World Bank Youth Summit has truly been, I think, the cornerstone that has opened a lot of doors for me in terms of mentorship, resource sharing from other organizations who are executing similar solutions in other countries. And we're paving the way for me to be able to appropriate that for the Malaysian local market. And that has allowed my organization to grow into a team of 20 today. We are actually mostly female. Only 2 staff at my company are male at the moment. And cumulatively, we have managed to achieve over 300 placements in which all of our migrant workers have accessed safe and dignified jobs, in which all of their jobs are ensured with ethical hiring practices. And we've saved our migrant workers over $100,000 in recruitment debt savings through our no placement fee and no salary deduction model.
Thank you, Zena. Thank you. This is really impressive. And I really like the fact that all started kind of with the Youth Summit. So thank you for sharing that. I hope over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Zena, for sharing that. Yeah, so I think I really resonate with a lot of what has been said here. I think specifically that the world is still a very young place. At Tuvel, we've really been trying to sort of lean into that very aspect. So I'm not so sure how many of you have been to developing countries, but we all know that, like, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, 85% of employment is informal employment. And a lot of that is by young people. What at Tuvel we've managed to see is that a huge chunk of that informal employment is in public transportation and ride sharing and such services. And the huge challenge that you see with a lot of these young people who get into transportation is the fact that banks really do not give out any type of financing, whether it's asset financing, whether it's other financial services to the informal market, and more specifically to young people. So we've been able to couple asset financing with ride-sharing technology. So instead of like your typical Uber that would just give you an app to sort of use to find customers, what we do is that we also give you a car to accompany that. So we've managed to sort of ensure that we get as many young people. We have about 35 vehicles currently fully financed in the city of Bulawayo. And we've been able to sort of like move that traction in that direction. So I think, starting off from my participation in the World Bank Youth Summit in 2019, we've received a lot of support, specifically from the World Bank office in Zimbabwe. So I think, this platform really is an important platform to, get young people to talk about the problems that they experience on a daily basis, and also how they can approach them and solve them in a way that is sustainable.
Thank you very much, Hope. Now over to you, Killian, maybe something to add.
Thank you, O'Neill, and thank you for having me. It's really it's a pleasure to be back. Such a privilege to actually share the stage with 2 of my former bosses, Usman and Manta. You both really continue to inspire me this day. So it's really incredible to be here. I think both of my fellow panelists have shared some amazing practical insights. So let me just focus on the last point, really like how to leverage the summit to be a driver of change for everyone who's in the room. And I think, the power of informal discussion cannot be emphasized enough. So the strength of the summit is really, bringing like-minded people together, generating fresh insights. And I think, for me, when I think about economic growth, we're always looking at diversification, right? And I think the same really goes for ideas. They come from different sectors, industries, countries. And I think we don't really often have the opportunity to kind of leave the silos that we're in ourselves. So we look at it from our own perspectives, from our own professional dimension. And I think that really good stuff can happen when we have people from all over the place in the room talking to each other. So I'd kind of like to give you 2 pieces of homework, maybe building off some of the advice that Mamta just provided. I would say really connect. I challenge you to connect. And there's so much knowledge here. Listen to people, ask a lot of questions, reach out to the experts, join the events. People are happy to speak to you. I think more so than we assume when we're thinking that, as young people, people might have their own agendas, and it's a great place to actually learn. And then secondly, and building off that, I think test your ideas. So it doesn't matter how crazy they may seem. just get them out there. And before you know it, you might be collaborating with someone, you know, on the other side of the world. So I think that's those two elements to me are critical about the Youth Summit. It's what I enjoyed the most when I spent time there as a delegate, and then subsequently as part of the summit. So that's it to me.
No, thank you very much, Killian. Yeah, I really like what you said about really talk to people. Like, don't be worried to share your ideas. It might seem like a crazy idea, something impossible, but there's always going to be someone who will be willing to support. I think it's a great idea. So I think that's also the beauty of the Youth Summit. It really gives you a platform to share ideas and to collaborate with people. So we've been talking about different initiatives. We have initiatives being led by previous Youth Summit pitch competition winners, and Usman and Mamta mentioned some of the initiatives led by the World Bank Group. But Mamta, my next question is going to be for you. Can you elaborate more on initiatives introduced by the World Bank Group, the World Bank Human Development Global Unit, to really support jobs and skills and for youth?
Thank you very much. It's nice to get a platform in which to talk about all the work that the World Bank Group does. A lot of it actually is work that is led by Osman, because we implement, we support a lot of governments in Africa. Let me just mention three things that I think will be of interest to this audience. First of all, higher education and skills. We have an initiative which focuses on supporting centers of excellence in higher education in Africa. They have a wonderful acronym. We love acronyms at the World Bank. They're called ACE, African Centers of Excellence. And it's the largest investment that IDA has made in higher education. And it is producing skilled professionals in a range of STEM areas, which are extremely important for innovation, growth, and productivity in Africa. We're an institution that's often associated with basic education, and this is why I wanted to give the higher education example as my first. The second thing I want to talk about is basic education, because it is a huge, it's important for equality, it's important for economic growth, it's important for inclusion. The World Bank Group is the largest financier, multilateral financier of education in the world. We support over 400 million children to go to school and learn. We support nearly 20 million teachers globally to improve their teaching skills, because the most important thing is the interaction between a student and a teacher in order to have learning. If you like, that's on the supply side. It's about education and skills, but we also support the demand side, youth employment. We are a very large financier and technical advisor to government on youth employment programs. We have over $15 billion of investments in this area, which is helping skill young people and connect them to jobs. Now, job creation is really the work of the private sector. And this is why I want to talk about the Skills for Youth Employment initiative that we have. This is a very important initiative where we work with private companies and with youth organizations in order to produce solutions that can go to scale. Using the resources of government and using the convening power and other resources of the World Bank Group. Let me just give two examples, and actually they're in Osman's region, so maybe he should be giving these examples, but you know, we work very closely together. The first really has to do with these skills platforms. These skills platforms are a way of connecting young people to local employers and engaging in some intermediation, which involves giving skills to young people and making employers aware of the availability of these young people for jobs. And we have very good examples from Ghana, and I'm very happy that it's expanding more broadly in West Africa. The other example I would like to give is the work that we are supporting on digital platforms. and these digital platforms are to support entrepreneurship. And so the hope is that there will be more people like Hope and like Zena. And this too is focused on sub-Saharan Africa. And here it's linking the innovation, the skills of young people, connecting them to platforms that would allow them to go to scale. Let me stop and hand it back to you.
No, thank you. No, I think those are excellent examples, and that's perfect because my next question is for Usman, talking about initiative, especially in the West and Central Africa region. How can this the initiative led in the region by the World Bank be further supported by youth-led local solutions, in your opinion?
Great. I think very quickly, Mamta department and we work closely together, and therefore it's natural that she illustrates actually what I was saying by concrete example that we are implementing, because they provide knowledge based on strong analytics, and we work together to find development solutions that are actually supported by what we call program, project, or operation. So, and in fact, the key areas of challenges that Mamta has mentioned in her first intervention are particularly prominent in Africa West and Central. Fragility, employment, education challenges, etc. You know, as David has mentioned in his speech, this is a region where we have 22 countries with 11 categorized as fragile or going through violence, and all those resulting from poor governance, accountability, which is no longer a priority for many government, poor inclusion, and of course leading to social contract that is broken. And if you put all this in a context where population has been growing tremendously, of course, you will find yourself in a very complicated situation. Employment, of course, go hand in hand with how the economy is managed. What is the role of the private sector? What are the conditions in place that can allow the private sector to intervene and support the effort of the public sector in order to make the economy strong and resilient, and therefore able to create a job? And again, if the demographic situation is not well managed, and if kids going to school are not getting the right or appropriate education, obviously, this can create, kind of a mismatch between actually the significant of number that are ready to go to the market, the job market, and what the job market can offer. And in Africa, West and Central Africa, education is really in a very, very, very difficult situation, as we can see from some number. We have partnered with Mamta recently, and we developed a strategy based on assessment that we have made on the education system, and we found that 9 out of 10 children completing the primary education cannot read very basic text, and they cannot do also the very basic actually arithmetic calculation, be it in addition or subtraction. So this is the reality. So therefore, we have a number of programs in place that aim at addressing some of those issues, and do so in a very, very inclusive manner. Right? A program like Sahelian Women Empowerment and Development, the Demographic Dividend, actually try to address some policy issues that the country is facing, but at the same time, build platforms that will allow the different representatives of the society, can be religious leaders, can be women leaders, can be youth leaders, actually to be part of the solution. And then there are some specific investment that can be made, including on how the school environment can be more conducive for kids, including girls, to come to school ready to learn and stay in school for some time in order to be in a position to manage actually their living condition and to make responsibility decision, including regarding fertility, etc. So this is one example. We have the same example, by the way. Just yesterday, I have shared a decision meeting for a program in Nigeria that we call Adult Girls Initiative for Learning Enhancement, Agile Operation. It's exactly the same type of approach as SWED. So we are targeting some specific state in Nigeria where access to education for underserved group, including girls, is difficult, and proposing therefore solution together with the communities and with the youth. Digital is another area, as I mentioned in my previous intervention, which is critical for providing a solution. And we know that really those who understand the power of digital and who can really use this as a lever to transform a number of sectors are used. And therefore, we cannot really work and propose a solution using digital if we don't partner with youth groups. So across the region, in Burkina Faso, in Cameroon, in Senegal, etc., we have the ongoing program that support, digital area for including on how we can push the government to engage in policy reform that will open the market for youth to use their innovation speed, their creativity, to propose firms that can really not only contribute to the economy, but also create a job, because this is a niche where more job can be created. So we can go and we can share with you so many examples. My very, very last point is really to continue to encourage you on doing what you are already doing, because, and that I have seen in many countries that I have visited. Through your Youth Transforming Africa, you have platform, you have groups, and this is extremely important for us to get the feedback that we need in order to make sure that what we are discussing with the government, because our role is ready, so and also what we are proposing through financing programs is responsive to your country context, and also to that will support the development need of the different countries. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Usman, and thank you for giving concrete example of how the youth here, but also online or all over the world, can really support initiatives that are being led by the World Bank Group to make an impact. So we're getting at the end of the session, but I just wanted really quickly maybe to ask each of our speakers to share maybe in few words how can we continue to use the Youth Summit platform to drive a positive change and inspire really future generation to create innovative solutions. So Zena, if you could start, but just in really few words. Thank you.
Of course. I think something that the panelists, fellow panelist, Killian was sharing earlier about leveraging or making connections throughout the summit today really resonated with me, because I think that, going out and doing that is how we can access mentorship, and importantly, as we're doing development-related work, carving out community is really important, support systems, and going back to supporting generally our mental health, as we want to continue in our roles as change makers, but also do the work sustainably. It all starts from this sort of connection. And so I would like to second that importance of really leveraging this opportunity this week.
Thank you, Zena. What about you, Hope? Maybe a few final words.
Yeah, I think I would probably like to emphasize the importance of the post summit work, right? Like what are you going to do as a young person who attended the summit after the summit, right? I think it's important to notice that there's tons of resources out there to support your initiatives, to support your projects, both from the World Bank and from, other sort of stakeholders, including, accelerators, NGOs that are offering grants, all those kinds of things. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of the youth. It is your responsibility to actually go out there and look for those resources. I have personally received tremendous support from, some of the World Bank, even some of the World Bank organizers who probably not even with the World Bank anymore, because they had to pursue other things like going to college, or like going to university, for example. They have been incredibly supportive even after all this. So do not take the relationships and the connections that you're going to make at the summit for granted. They can take you far. Thank you.
Thank you. What about you, Kilian? Few final words.
I'd like to echo what both Zena and Hope said. I think it's so important to think about, how you can contribute and how you can use this as a platform to really leverage what you already might have available to you. I think we all have very different sets of skills, motivations, a very unique way to contribute. I actually remember Mamta telling me in one of our first conversations that I needed to find my niche within development, to find a way to really have my type of impact. And I think for me, that was a moment that I realized, there's so many different spaces and so many different ways that each of us can actually contribute, whether that's in the private sector, through NGOs, through an organization like the World Bank Group. So I think really recognizing that everyone who's there, everyone that comes from these different elements can teach you something and can maybe show you where the path lies for you. I think that's critical. And if you're open to that and willing to kind of test your own maybe way of thinking in that sense, I think you'll have a great time at the summit.
Thank you. Maybe Usman and then Mamta, you want to conclude with a few words to our audience?
No, 2 words. First, actually, we value this idea, especially ideas coming from, youth and those development beneficiaries or practitioners. So I really would like to encourage you to be part of the country platform that we have in each countries. This is really a platform that we use to debate, really to challenge each other, so that we can propose solutions that work. I remember last year when I had the opportunity to talk to this group, I told you that in every country in West and Central Africa, we have country offices that are open. Right. In Guinea-Bissau, we have an office. In Gabon, we have office. So even the smallest country in Cabo Verde, we do have office. All right. And more, our offices are equipped with people with different skills. Right. It's not just a really country manager that is here to represent the bank, and it's really country managers and team surrounding him or her that are engaging with a different component of the in the country to discuss about development priority, development challenges. Your contribution in that platform will be key. So please use this and go to the offices, engage, challenge, propose. Second, this is not just a financier institution. It's really a knowledge bank, as I have mentioned. And this is why we are trying to support this type of initiative. Make sure that when you are here, you have also the opportunity to visit the bank and, and not just as a way to understand what the bank is doing, but also to tell others, based on our experience, the ideas and what we are doing concretely, is that we have something to share with you, and I think we will value this tremendously. So let me start.
I can do no better than reiterate what Osman just said. Please do engage. We are actually more present. We're now equally present, just in terms of staff numbers. We're equally present in outside Washington as we are in Washington. And over time, the trajectory is to be more and more present outside Washington. We have country offices in a large number of countries of the world. We have strong leadership in these country offices and very good technical staff. So please engage with us. We want to hear from you. We want your ideas. And it's also an opportunity for you to learn. and for you to understand some of the challenges in having stronger policies, having good implementation of government projects. We also feel that ideas can be passed from one part of the world to the other through these engagements. So you can be a part of this cross-country, cross-world learning. Finally, I want to say that I always feel thoroughly energized and inspired when I talk to young people. So I want to say that you have the ability within you to make change. And it's very easy to underestimate that, but each one of you has the ability to make change. And I want to quote to you what a very famous person from my country said. This is Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, "Be the change that you want to see in the world." So each of you can model what you want to see in the world, the changes that you want to see, the change in thought, the change in approach, the change in the way things are done. So we look forward to that kind of inspiration from all of you as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those inspiring words, and I really hope that now everyone in the room and watching online know what they have to do: engage, be active, take actions, propose ideas. Don't be afraid or scared to even submit crazy ideas, but just, I'm going to quote Nike, but say, just do it. So I think it's time to conclude the session. I want to thank our panelists online and in person for being here. And to our audience, thank you very much. I'm going to conclude the session here. Thank you very much, Alice and Marco, over to you. Thank you.
That would be great.
Okay, what a fantastic session to kick off the summit. It's nice to see that the room filled up, since I know that the people at the back are definitely not morning persons. I can relate. We're going to take a deep dive into the themes of this year's summit. As you all know, we'll be focusing on fragility, conflict and violence, climate and energy, and jobs and skills. So the next session features representatives from the World Bank, the private sector and academia, but most importantly, it features young innovators. They will highlight how development solutions can start locally and be elevated globally to help tackle poverty and reduce income inequality. Please join me in giving our next speakers a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning and hello out there to everybody connecting online. We're so happy to have you. I know that we have people connecting from almost 150 countries around the world online. So it's really great that you guys could all be a part of this. How's everyone in the room feeling? Good. Challenge. Yeah, great. So this session, I'll be sure to leave time at the end so you can all ask questions. We have some amazing panelists for our first plenary, which is going to be called Setting the Community Agenda, How Local Development Strategies Can Have a Global Impact. So I'll moderate. My name is Julie. I'm the content lead for the steering committee of this year's Youth Summit, and I also work in communications at the IFC. I'm joined today by Patty Barron, who's a senior social development specialist here at the bank. Do you want to come on stage, Patty? Welcome. Oh, hey, there you are. Take a seat. Yep. And we also have Sofian Youssoufi, Deloitte principal. He is the Risk and Financial Advisory Leader for the International Development Organizations practice at Deloitte. So come on up, Sofian. Thank you. Oh, sure. That's great. And finally, in person, we have Sarah Bulbul. She is a Senior Associate for the Hunger Project and the Movement for Community-Led Development. So come on up, Sarah. Welcome, everyone. And so online, we have two amazing speakers connecting with us as well. First, from France, I believe, we have Sarah Bogadir. She's a consultant here at the bank focusing on local governance, and she was previously a program officer on forced displacement. So welcome, Sarah. And we also have Dr. Menno Pradhan. He is a professor of economics at the University of Amsterdam. So thank you so much for joining online. Okay, so we want to start the session to better understand, what locally driven development is, how we would define community-driven development, which, as we mentioned in the previous session, President Malpass mentioned in his speech, O'Neill mentioned as well, our theme this year, we're really going to dive into community-driven development and analyze what the advantages and limitations of solutions that come from the ground up can be. So I want to start by asking all of our speakers, how would you define community-driven development? And what, in your experience, in your expert opinion, what do you think the advantages and the limitations of community-led development are? So maybe we'll start with you, Patrick.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I've been working on community-driven development projects for, I guess, over 20 years now. And I think what we've seen in that time is a rise from some niche small projects to what is now one of the main mechanisms that the bank does development. And if we're to define community-driven development, I think there's one important thing. It's about giving people and communities a lead role in deciding how development resources are used. It takes many different forms, but I think that's the key essence. And I think one of the reasons that these programs have expanded is we've shown that it can work because it responds to what people need. So just to give you a couple of stories. I was in Myanmar after Cyclone Nargis in 2008. A big cyclone killed 130,000 people. And I was down in the Delta, which was the affected area. And we were asking village leaders, what aid have you received? How helpful has it been? And one of the local chiefs pointed me to a big pile of boxes that were unopened. And so, of course, I asked what was in those boxes. Why are you not opening up the aid? The needs are immense. And he said, well, these were donated by a Scandinavian NGO, and they're sleeping bags. I said, okay. The problem was the sleeping bags were designed for the Arctic. They weren't designed for the tropics. They were not being used. Sometimes aid can be driven by the supply of what we have rather than what people actually need. This can relate to government programs as well. I've also worked in Thailand a lot over the years, and the south of Thailand has been an ongoing conflict. And the local government there was trying to do some programs to train up former combatants in livelihoods. And this sounds like a good thing. They had put on training sessions to train them up as mechanics. The problem was, to be a mechanic, you would then have to move to the town to use your skills. And they didn't want to do this. They wanted to be at home with their families after being away, and said, we wish we'd been given agricultural support as well. And so community-driven development is about trying to overcome this, right? About asking communities what their needs are, and then providing them with control over how resources are used. I think we've seen great successes over the years in this. There's been a number of impact evaluations done in many countries that have shown reductions in poverty, improvements in infrastructure, livelihoods, and so on. In that sense, it's been a success. I think where these programs have not worked well is because they've not been designed based on understanding of local institutions and norms, which vary from country to country. So let me leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And Patty, thank you for sharing your perspectives. First, I want to acknowledge the energy in the room. I'm so happy to see I wish you could see what I see from here. The diversity, both in terms of gender and otherwise in this room is amazing. And the passion that I see in your eyes really excites me. So I was like you. I grew up in a developing nation. I was born and raised in Pakistan. And I had an opportunity to travel across that country for 101 days. And I looked at many of the projects that many different multilateral and other IFIs had funded. And there seemed to be a disconnect between what we were trying to accomplish and what was actually done. And to reinforce Patty's point, generally, when we sit in our offices, in our cubicles, and we design something for the locals don't really have a voice in that. And that was bothersome to me. So I decided to dedicate my life to international development. So I have the privilege of leading our international development practice. And I'll share a couple of vignettes from what I've seen work really well and things that might not have worked. And we generally tend to talk about success way more than our failures. But I think success doesn't really teach you much. I mean, it teaches you where things might have worked once or twice. I think failure is really where we need to pay attention. I had the opportunity to support one of our power projects in Africa. While it was amazing, at the very get-go, I realized that the local representation was just not where it needed to be. And what does that mean? Getting power and electricity is one thing, but becoming part of the global value chain system is another. How do you connect that to your industries? How do you make sure that the right regulations are in place locally? How do you convert that into industries which produce something that the world actually needs? If you think about many of the development projects that I've seen in Asia, for example, we have industries such as textiles in water scarce countries. A pair of jeans takes about 5,000 to 7,000 liters of water to produce. Now, is that the right industry for a specific country where the water is so scarce? Same thing for crops. We tend to invest in, sugarcane in many of the Asian countries, but that's again a very, high use of water crop. My point is, we need to think about the entire ecosystem. We also need to get the command and control into the hands of the locals. Now, how do you do that? Because generally we run into issues of capacity, of reporting, of transparency, and of the entire life cycle. If you don't have those things, the interest of the developer, of the donors over a period of time erodes. And so as we think about the life cycle of this, I would love ideas from the young entrepreneurs and change makers on how do we manage both ends of the spectrum. So I will pause there and then ask my co-panelists to share her perspectives.
Thank you so much. And it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. It's my first time at the World Bank Youth Summit. And like my fellow panelists have said, the energy is really fabulous in the room. And I hope that everyone online is having a great morning, afternoon, or evening. I would say that Sufyan and Patrick have really beautifully described what community-driven development or community-led development is. And I can just touch on a few things in my own words. People are at the heart of the work that I do with the movement for community-led development and the Hunger Project. And community-led development is really the heart and soul of our work. We work with 1,500 local civil society organizations around the world and 70 international NGOs. And what we've seen is that community-led development is the most powerful and most sustainable way to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And its advantages are that it fosters agency. Instead of the communities seeing countless projects come and go in iterations of 3, 5, 7 years without creating a lasting change, it takes communities, it puts them in the driver's seat to brainstorm the change that they want to see, the goals that they have, and the solutions that they know based on their local knowledge, which I would argue is one of the most powerful resources that we can have. And it brings knowledge that an international actor wouldn't have, and that's extremely strength-inducing. And community-led development is about permanent, transformative change, and it's about building resilience as well.
Yeah, I love that. Love all those thoughts. I'm hearing a lot about efficiency, about sustainability, and about the lasting effects of using community-driven development. Let's turn to our online panelists for their thoughts on how to define community-driven development. Sarah, do you want to start? I hope she didn't freeze. Menno, you can go ahead if you can hear us.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I'm sorry not to be in the room and be able to feel the vibe, to feel it online. So I've worked on studies on community development in Indonesia and Philippines and Ghana. But let me start with a personal experience where I was once on the other side. I live in Amsterdam, and there was an old school building that was going to be turned into a community building. And I was part of a group that was going to focus on the schoolyard, which was going to be turned into a community garden. And we were the group in charge of trying to make that happen. So that was an interesting experience to be part of community-led development. And one of the first things that struck me was that I was the youngest in the group, and I was the only man, which is indicative of, well, these were people that had a lot of time on their hands. They were mostly retired people. And I don't know why women are more interested in gardening than men. Like, I don't have any comments on that. But that's how it happened to be in Amsterdam. In my work in the other countries that I mentioned, I've never seen that. People actually willing to give a lot of time to community-led development and to be part in decision-making processes, and also give their own time to make these projects happen. And that's generally makes them more satisfied with the outcomes of these projects, even if they deliver the same. They can deliver better, but they're also happy with just being part in the decision-making process, and that's being a driver of development rather than a subject of it. And I've not seen so much of the negative sides that people often warn about that the local elites basically start dominating the process. Where I've seen some of the limits on community-led development is in my work on health and education. And you see it generally working well in things like agriculture or small infrastructure or so on, where the villagers feel like they have the authority to take decisions in their hands. But when it comes to criticizing the teachers, it becomes a lot harder because the teachers are really authoritative people in the village, and so are the doctors, right? So to hold them accountable for their service delivery becomes much harder. And there I've seen some of the limits of what it's possible to do. And then my general lesson is that it's good to focus on, make it very clear about what sort of is part of their authority, what can be part of their authority, and where conflicts might arise, so that you don't put people into situations which can actually make them worse off.
Great, thank you. Sarah, can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for your question. So I'll also answer to the question. Thank you for the invitation to the summit. I'm very honored to be here, and sorry I cannot be here in person. So I'll speak actually from the point of view of local development and their link with community-driven development, because I'm drawing from the findings from the Host Municipalities Learning Network, which is a network of local governments hosting refugees in the Middle East and Turkey that I had the pleasure and honor to co-manage in the last 6 years with the Center for Mediterranean Integration. So the network was actually a community of practice of about 170 members, Jordanian, Lebanese, Palestinian, Iraqis, and Turkish, all municipal staff and representatives who exchanged and trained to find local solutions to the main challenges in hosting refugees and displaced population. So they actually organized training, but also cross-country networking and knowledge sharing among municipalities in the sub-region. So through my experience with the network, I've come to appreciate really the immense power of local-driven development as a catalyst for action and progress. Because to me, what we've seen in the network was that community-driven development is deeply interconnected, can be deeply interconnected with the actions of local governments. They often can act as facilitators for community initiatives, etc. So in the context of this specific sub-region and those municipalities, those local governments wanted to act locally to better address the refugee crisis they were facing. When we started in 2016, it was really the midst of one of the highest points of the Syrian refugee crisis, and we witnessed that in average 80% of refugees in Syria's neighboring countries do not live in camps, but within the towns and cities alongside the host communities. And the municipalities in this context were, as public actors, at the forefront of the crisis. And during this time, they served as really the primary point of contact, very often the first public administration stop shop for inhabitants and refugees alike, who express their needs and grievances and sought support, including humanitarian assistance. And here we are talking, the network is really made of a lot of middle-sized to very small municipalities. So therefore the closeness to the inhabitants. And they were saying, we want to do more, but we don't know how to do it. We don't have the capacity to do it often, neither the staff nor the financial resources. But one crucial advantage that they had, and several of you already mentioned this, was that their close proximity to the inhabitants and the refugees, enabling them to really better know the needs, the local needs. For example, some of the municipalities, the municipality of Sultanbeyli in Turkey, in the greater Istanbul area, as an example, they actively utilize this advantage by conducting systematic surveys to get a better understanding of the refugee population, including their demographics, their qualification and skills, with the objective of better tailor the response to the local needs, and which is, so again, one of the assets of community or locally driven development. So this kind of proximity that local governments have to their populations really allow them to develop certain development solutions best adapted to the needs. So I'm just gonna mention a few, and sorry, those are all many successes and no failures. So for example, they set up community centers and activities for refugees and host children and youth alike to promote social cohesion, but also a lot of support to businesses, refugee-led businesses, including, for example, home-based businesses for women who were working in the pastry sector, craftsmanship sector, or also in-kind support to refugee entrepreneurs. And maybe we'll talk about this more later on. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's very interesting how locally led development is more flexible and more able to tailor to specific development needs in their communities, thus making the development ostensibly more efficient and more effective. So in the interest of time, I want to make sure you all have time to ask questions for our panelists. So for my last topic, as we mentioned in O'Neill's speech and President Malpass's speech, this year's Youth Summit will have 3 sub-themes. So we're going to look at community-driven development under the 3 sub-themes of 1, fragility, conflict, and violence, or FCV, as we call it at the bank. You know, we love acronyms around here. The second sub-theme is climate and energy. And the third sub-theme is jobs and skills. So for the interest of time, I'm just going to jump right to the jobs and skills sub-theme. So based on jobs and skills, we know from World Bank research that the developing world is facing sort of a jobs crisis right now due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Millions of jobs were lost. By some estimates, 97 million people fell newly into poverty. And we at the World Bank also estimate that 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to accommodate the growing global workforce, the youth. In emerging markets, most formal jobs are created by SMEs, small to medium enterprises, another acronym, sorry, which can create up to 70% of all jobs depending on the market. So for creating SMEs, for encouraging entrepreneurship at the community level, that not only provides opportunities for young people to turn their ideas into thriving enterprises, but this can also create jobs, right? And contribute in turn to economic growth and development. So my question for all the panelists before we open the floor and take questions from the audience and our online audience as well, I'm wondering how you all think that youth-led ventures and youth-led enterprises can be leveraged to promote financial security among young people. And also, what advice would you give to young job creators who are looking to make a change in their community? So maybe we'll start with Sofian.
So this is a topic I'm really, really passionate about. Look, you have the opportunity to really shape the future starting today. I'll give you an example. I was acting as a mentor to this young entrepreneur, and she was telling me about what she's doing. And at the end of the conversation, she actually became my mentor because there was so much that I learned from her. She decided, so she was in the dairy industry, and she learned that if the health of the animals, particularly cows, is good, then they tend to produce more milk. And so she decided to create a Fitbit-like device for the cows, and she called it Cowler. And she got the idea. And as we were talking, I said, look, I believe that demos are better than memos. So instead of talking about an idea, if you can produce a prototype, if you can talk to your investors, if you can show them what you're trying to do and actually show them over a period of time, it really creates incentives. The second point I want to make to you really quickly is be scrappy. Look, you are at the intersection of a life-changing event for all of us. If you don't believe me, just look at what happened with generative AI. It's tremendous. Employers everywhere are short on talent. There's a scarcity of talent. We employ 400,000 people in the world. We are one of the largest consulting firms. We cannot find the right talent. We are willing to go to any geography. We are locally and independently operated business. We are looking for top talent. So what can you do in your communities? Number one, upscale. Number two, upscale. Number three, upscale. So how do you do that? You have internet, you have variety of channels to bring in people. You know, we're doing something similar with this program called AWAR, Afghan Women Economic Resiliency. So we made a commitment, I have the privilege of being the sponsoring partner for that, to help 2,000 Afghan women, no matter where they are in the world, to mentor them through our network of professionals, to align them to the right opportunities, and to enhance their quality of life. Because I honestly believe that development for the poor does not need to be done poorly. We need to think of it as how can we bring them up to our level or even better, because there's incredible amount of talent. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you.
We stand at a pivotal moment in the world, right? We've just been through a pandemic. Societies and economies are having to work out how to adjust and restructure to be more sustainable. We live at a time when trust between people and between people in the state is lower than any time in recorded history. We live in more multicultural societies through migration for work, but also forced displacement as well. We need new frameworks and answers. The answers of the past are not necessarily going to equip us well for the questions of today and for the future. And I think, you know, this applies in many, many sectors, but to job creation as much as any. You know, traditional ways of structuring society to provide jobs are not necessarily going to work today. So we need new answers. Young people, young entrepreneurs can help bring these. Youth don't have a monopoly on new ideas, but through your training, your life experience, many of the talents you have, I think you're better equipped to come up with these answers, both at the more macro level, but also in terms of specific individual endeavors that create jobs locally as well. You know, traditionally, community-led development applied mainly for the provision of what we call public goods, so roads and clinics and schools and so on. But increasingly, we've seen at the bank or realized at the bank that having voice in decisions over private goods, over firm activities and so on is is just as important. And we've done increasingly what we call local economic development, which tries to bring together business assessment, support from the state, incentives of employers, but also community knowledge as well. And I think this is, something we need to take forward. In terms of advice, learn from the past, interrogate what has worked. Not everything will be new, right? Educate yourself on what's happened. As Sofian said, he traveled around Pakistan and saw on the ground what worked. Do that. But don't be afraid to bring new ideas and to be disruptive as well. This disruption is what brings change, and change is what we need in the world at the moment.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. We've seen so many examples of why youth-led change is essential. And I want to really reference the fabulous roundtable that took place before us. There was a great energy in that roundtable, and a lot of the points that they made and the advice that those speakers gave really influenced my thinking as well. And I want to recognize in this room that there's an incredible diversity, complexity, and uniqueness. And youth change makers bring all of that to the table. And within the movement for community-led development, we have 17 national associations around the world. And at the heart of those are youth-led civil society organizations in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, and in Benin. We have youth-led community-based organizations who are really influencing change across all sectors. They're working on election violence. They're working on food security. They're working on creative ways for agriculture. And my advice would be to all of us to give youth space to innovate, because when they do, that will have an impact. And my advice to fellow youth would be to be creative in the ways that you're training, in the ways that you're mobilizing people around you, and to be a leader, but also to build and empower leaders around you as well.
Absolutely. I'm hearing a lot of use your voice, empower yourself. I love that. Menno, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. I think Sarah and Sofian and Patty already gave the big picture items, and I think that's the right answer. I'm just going to give a small idea, which is only one way you can contribute to jobs, which would, I think, actually the youth is essential. These days, you see in many places things like Amazon or Alibaba, these big global marketplaces that sell everything, and that's can also source from everywhere, right? So that allows for very small entrepreneurs to enter into large markets, and these can be located anywhere where there's access to internet and a possibility to deliver the goods. So that opens up a lot of opportunities for production in places where it has never been, for people for whom the market was closed before. And the role of youth there is essential, I think, because they know what the larger market looks like. They're more connected to social media, and they also have they're more savvy in IT skills. So I think in connecting local producers or starting new products and linking these to these global online marketplaces, I think is a really interesting way to generate jobs, and where youth is an important role to play.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. No, again, I will focus really on actions taken by local governments to support to support youthless entrepreneurship, and especially youth refugees. But because that's so not only the public good aspect of it, but also much mutual benefits for refugees and host communities alike. So one of the observations that came out of the surveys, the discussion we had among the municipalities of this network from the Middle East and Turkey, was that one of the biggest challenges that they felt in the field of local economic development was the very high unemployment especially among refugees. And they acknowledge how important it is also as municipalities to try to recognize the skills of refugees, their entrepreneurship, and especially youth entrepreneurship. And recognizing that actually refugees do bring new skill sets to the local areas and can also improve the business environment if supported. For example, as just an example, is the craftsmanship in shoemaking from Syria really contributed to revive the shoemaking industry in the city of Gaziantep in Turkey. Some people say they even fabricated the shoes for the series Game of Thrones, so that was really a good success story. Again, to mention this municipality of Gaziantep in Turkey, they really actively worked to facilitate the registration of informal Syrian-owned enterprises through translation of administrative procedures into Arabic, one-stop shops, etc. And this effort led to generate more revenues for the city. And also for new formal businesses to be able to benefit also from state aid, especially in the COVID-19 context, for example. Another example, and I will stop just after that, is an example of what municipalities from this network have been focusing on is really try to support youth going into the digital economy, and that's also what I think Menno mentioned. And they saw really new opportunities in this regard, especially for young refugees, in a context where they would find opportunities globally with new startups in countries like Bahrain or Saudi Arabia, looking for freelance workers working remotely from any location. And they actually actively work to provide specific training on freelancing skills, on digital skills, yeah. So this is one of the action that they took. So my advice to young entrepreneurs in this context would really be to look at the local ecosystem. And in this local ecosystem, where they would find local resources, whether it is to support their gaining more skills, certifications, but also finding specific business opportunities, they can also sometimes find the support of those public administration that are local governments that are taking a more and more active role in supporting local economic development and in supporting youth-led initiatives in this regard. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes. Build your solutions from the ground up. I love it. So I have here some questions from our online delegates. In the room, if you want to line up behind the mic, if you're interested in asking a question, please don't be shy. I'm just going to start with some online questions first, and whoever wants can jump in. So the first question would be, what strategies can be adopted to promote inclusivity and ensure that marginalized groups within African communities, such as rural youth and girls, are actively involved in shaping and implementing local solutions? So there's one. We have a question for Sofian. How do you think AI can shape local solutions? Let's see. Do you have suggestions on how young people can convince decision makers and financiers with their creative ideas? So any advice for pitching your ideas? So maybe if we want to field those, and then we'll go to the audience in the room. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I'll come in on the first question. Inclusion is about making sure that everyone in a community and a society participates, right? And we know that there are structural barriers towards the participation of different groups, whether it's minority ethnic groups, religions, young people, women, female-headed households, and so on. And I think one of the things we've learned over the years from the community-driven development work is that if you just call a village meeting to decide on priorities, that's not enough. The local elites, those who are used to speaking up, are going to be the ones that are going to dominate the process. So what you need to do is have good quality facilitation. And I have to say, this is one of the biggest challenges I've faced working with governments on implementing these projects is they don't want to spend money on facilitators. They want the money to go on hard things, roads and schools, and that's quite right. But you need to have those facilitators who are doing the mapping of the community or the village to see who are the potentially excluded groups, are reaching out to those groups and are facilitating processes that allow people to speak up. In some places, we've used quotas as well. So where you have committees within the village for decision making, you need to have 50% women, or you need to have a certain representation of youth or so on. We've also learned that doing participatory social audits of programs can be useful as well. So this means after you've done your project, basically going back and looking at who participated, how meaningful was that participation? And there where you start to see gaps, you get knowledge that can help you do better than the next time around. So a few ideas on that.
That was pretty good. Thanks for sharing. I have for the AI question.
Sure.
So I'll give you an example and then 3 things to think about. Cool? Yes? Are you with me? Okay. So we had a problem in one of the Asian countries where farmers were burning stubble left from their prior year's crop because they either were small landlords or had 5-6 acres. They didn't have enough equipment. They couldn't afford it. And then there was, we met with somebody like you, really young, not a lot of technology background, not a lot of farming background. And this person said, hey, how about we create sort of like an Uber model for tractors? And we thought that's such a brilliant idea. So there were landlords who had a lot of equipment, and there were some who needed the work done, but they didn't have the equipment. So what did AI do? We basically, trained the algorithms to look at large areas of land, let's say in a certain district. And we would say, here's a farmer, they need the stubble removed, and they have 5 acres, and somebody has 10 acres, somebody has 20 acres. And then 100 miles away, there's this group of farmers, and they have a lot of equipment, and their equipment is just sitting idle. It's not doing anything. Why don't we match them up with this group? They get paid. They get the service. It's a win-win for everybody. Talk to the government to subsidize the incentives. Government said we want to protect, from the environment, protect the environment from all the smoke and all the pollution that happens. Win-win. My point is, there's a market for everything. There's a market for air. There's a market for water. There's a market for all of your ideas. So the 3 things. First, the most power and connectivity you're going to get is in this room and online. It's right here. It's amongst you. It's not right here on stage. So identify the problem you're trying to solve. Be very clear in concept. Thank you. So the second is be clear and succinct about the problem you're trying to solve. That's also very important. Third, be clear about the brand and the value proposition that you are bringing, because a lot of people just don't do that effectively. And the final one, and I said 3, but this is 4 really. The last one is, if you fail at first, you're trying to solve a problem, you fail. Don't change the goal, change the approach. So back to you.
Great. Excellent. Does anyone want to jump in on the online questions? Menno, Sarah, before we'll field maybe 3 questions at a time. Okay, great. Please go ahead, sir. And then we'll take 3 questions this time.
Thank you, Ken. All right. I appreciate the insightful panel. It's great. I learned a lot, very eye-opening too. So I wonder, in terms of assessing what the local community what actually needs from the practitioner perspective, could you share some of the best practices in terms of generating feedback? And along with the best practices you are having, which you deem very successful, what are the challenges and barriers? So thank you.
All protocol duly observed. Thank you, World Bank Group, for this great opportunity. So my question is, I've been wondering for the community-driven project, if we're going to embark on a project, what's your opinion? Should we improve the host system or come up with a new idea? Do you recommend that, oh, I want to do a community-based project? Do I have to work on the host system that is not good or try to come up with something new? Then my second question is, what are the effective policy that must be put in place to ensure community-driven project in developing community? Because we notice that the developing countries like Nigeria and all the other countries need some strategies that has to be put in place for them to be able to embark on community-driven projects. So those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take one more at this point, but I forgot to mention, please introduce yourself, name, and where you're from.
Let me read. Okay, my name is Esther Aladenika. I'm studying at Northeastern, a master student of economics department at Northeastern, Bame, Nigeria.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Sule. I am a lawyer by training and I work in the development space. Originally from Nigeria, my country hosts the World Bank about $7.6 billion. And the World Bank says it's so much interested in young people to address solutions that can help create the world. Last month, $50 billion or so was given to my country. This debt, my grandchildren will pay that debt. The question is, why does the World Bank continually engages with the government directly? So why do you bring young people here when we have these ideas and our ideas and not taken into practice? Many young people are in Nigeria with very great ideas. But when these monies and loans are given to the government of Nigeria, the monies are being used for political rallies, unconditional cash transfers. And after 6 months, a citizen earns 7,000 naira. He cannot even buy a bag of rice. So when will the World Bank actually genuinely care about addressing poverty and addressing the issue of loans in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you want to start, Patty?
Okay, let me take the first one, right? And I mean, these are, obviously, I'm no spokesperson for the World Bank here, right? I mean, I think we're dealing, our current international system is based on institutions that came out of World War II, right? They came out of the UN system, which recognized the sovereignty of states above the sovereignty of people, despite the fact we had the various human rights agreements. They came out of a system that was trying to get international capital into places where that capital could not be raised. And so I think they're very fair questions now. As we stand in the 21st century, are those priorities and constraints the same? To what extent is the international financial architecture, including the bank, but going beyond that, fit for purpose? And I think the concerns you raise are very true. The bank works primarily through governments. It's governed by a board of directors made up of finance ministers from across the world. It provides, in some countries, grants. In other countries, loans below the rate that could be raised privately, but of course, there's still some debt. Is that suitable for today? I don't have the answers, but I can see the limitations. I think I would like to go to a model not that doesn't work through governments, because I think often to do things at scale, that's better than creating completely parallel processes. But that provides other opportunities as well to go beyond government. We have the IFC on the private sector, but I think that's not enough. Just a little bit on the extent to which you build on old structures versus new ones, where the old structures don't work. So I'll share a little bit of history from Indonesia, and Menno knows this just as well as me. We worked together in Indonesia at this time. Indonesia had an autocratic government for 30 years that was overthrown in part through student-led protests in 1998. And that system was built on patronage of money flowing down through state systems, and for a while it actually helped improve economic outcomes locally. But basically the institutions were so corrupt, the incentives were wrong, that in the end, the economic gains started to go away. People didn't start to see any benefits. And quite rightly, there was pressure for democratic reform. And so the World Bank at this point in time was thinking through, what do we do? How, given the eroded nature of state institutions, can we still support the people in the country? And that's where perhaps the first large-scale community-driven development project, the Kecamatan Development Project, which eventually reached every village in the country, almost 80,000 villages, was built, which was a system where money flowed at the high level through the government, but at the local level, not through the state. The bank accounts were owned by community leaders and community committees. And so it was a match, right? It was trying to work through systems that were in place, but based on an understanding of the weaknesses of those systems and how, based on knowledge of local informal institutions, you could utilize them to do development better. Over time, and Indonesia still has many, many problems, but as the state started to mature, democracy started to mature, there was a way to bring the state a little bit back in, right? So I don't think there's a right or wrong. Sorry, just one other example from Afghanistan. Afghanistan during the war throughout the 2000s, after the American-led invasion, there was a lack of trust and a lack of functioning state institutions. But we were able to set up projects with community councils in 35 villages across the country that benefited 25 million people. You had to be creative about the way in which you understand what are the institutions that are there, how can you use them, what needs to be new. Understand what the lay of the land is, what people's preferences are, what institutions function, what their weaknesses are as we start to build something going forward.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else want to jump in on these first three questions? We'll only have time for one more after this, unfortunately, because we're so behind schedule, and I know you all want to start the case challenge in the room. So we'll have you guys jump in on these and then just field one more question. Sorry about that.
So there was a question about how do you learn from past mistakes? What are the leading practices and how do you collect insights? I'm paraphrasing, but I guess that was the essence of the question. Look, there's a lot of data right now that nobody really uses before we embark on new projects. I actually did a project for the World Bank. I'm not going to name the entity, but we focused on a certain area. And we looked at core attributes of projects and why do they fail and what are the things that could be done differently. I'm pretty confident that across any of the sectors that you might be interested in, you can find a plethora of information that you can train your models on. Learn from the past. So Patty made this great point about things have changed quite a lot, but in many instances, they've not changed. Same thing for you. If you're trying to start a new program, a new project, you have a product in mind, you have an area in mind, think about the strategy of how exactly are you going to do it? Who's the beneficiary? What is the life cycle? What is the operating model? We don't really think through the operating model, roles, responsibilities, governance. What does success look like? The other thing I would really encourage you to do is think about a scorecard. I do it for all of my projects. For 18 years, I've done, I don't know how many, but probably in top, hundreds of projects. Some have been incredibly successful, some have been okay, some have not been successful. But now for the past decade, I create a scorecard for my strategy and I evaluate it on a quarterly basis, sometimes monthly, sometimes even more frequently. And if something is not working, I can know where the problem is, work with the right stakeholders. The last point I'll make is nothing happens in vacuum anymore. It is generally a partnership between multiple groups. It is about what you bring to the table. It is about your ideas, but it's also more importantly about the execution of how you do it. If something is not working, stop, think about it, involve the right people, and then decide to move forward. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I would also add, when it comes to thinking about where to start with a new project, don't think about doing something for a community, think about doing it with them. And really emphasize that human relationships are so much more powerful than we might think at first glance. So I would encourage all of you who are here in the room to really build relationships with each other, because collaboration with each other, with the community, is from what I've seen, the most powerful way to build a sustainable and successful project.
Excellent, thank you. Any comments from our online audience just before we wrap up with one last question?
If I may.
Sarah.
No, just very quickly on the, I think that was the first question on assessing the needs of the local community and generating feedback. So again, I believe that local governments can also be a great entry point, not only because they will be the best in generating data and getting the feedback. I mean, they can contribute to it, but I think this effort needs to be complemented with work with local NGOs and CSO, but actually mostly because in this way they will really take ownership in identifying the needs of their community. And I think that's really important to involve them in the process and to promote this way bottom-up approaches.
Yeah, on the same theme, I think for the feedback, I think what also really helps is this facilitation and bring technical content into the discussion. For instance, in my work on education, it really helps, for instance, to present learning results. And so people can be very happy about the results, but really do not know how much their children learn at school. So if there's more knowledge, it can also be a better informed discussion, and better plans can come out. And then second, to make those plans concrete by try to quantify them, saying, well, you know, what exactly should be done instead of just general, how should the approach be different? I think those two things of generating feedback, putting in more information and quantifying the agreements, I think can help that really well.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm getting in trouble because we're going over so much, but just one last question, and then we'll wrap up and you can all go to your breakout rooms for the case challenge. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I just really appreciate for you all taking your time today to share your wisdom. And my name is Darhan Musanov, and I'm an engineer by training from University of Illinois. And the question today was, we've heard so much about the strengths of community-based approach, and if set up right, it's very powerful. Now we would be interested to learn about the trade-offs of this approach and weaknesses.
Thank you. Anybody want to jump in initially? Menno, I know you've done some research on this, so maybe you want to address this one.
Yeah, I think, as I said, there's some things where the communities do not have the authority or have difficulty exercising their authority in certain sectors, right? And there's also things where developments require solutions that go beyond the community boundaries. And these are two areas which make it harder, right? To build a road which crosses several communities is a really thing that you should leave to the higher levels of government. You cannot do that separately in each community and hope it all connects. And the same thing what I mentioned about health and education, sometimes the authority is difficult, and I think definitely leeway can be made there, but it's a careful threat.
Sure, yeah, it's a fine line to walk. Okay, great. Well, I think we should wrap up there. I really want to thank our amazing panelists for all their really interesting insight. It was really interesting. I learned so much. So thank you all so much. And to the panelists online as well, thank you all so much. We're going to break now for case challenge. So I believe the facilitators are out in the hallway to help you guide you to the rooms that you're going to be in. Go ahead. Okay, I'm being told that I said that wrong here. I'll turn it over to the MC so they can tell you the right thing to do.
Thank you. So we will have an extremely short break right now of 5 minutes, when you will have the opportunity to go either here to Beatrice. If you want to sign up for the networking lunch that will take place today, there will also be one tomorrow, but we still have 30 spots left. So if anyone is interested in the networking lunch, please go to Beatrice over there. And then after, we really want you back here in 5 minutes because we will have our case challenges. So please, the introduction to the case challenges, so please don't be too long. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. My name is Sylvie Noella. I'm a team assistant for the World Bank based in Kigali office. I'm going to moderate this session for you. We have amazing panelists from across the world. Hila Yoon, founder of Afghan Youth Ambassadors for Peace Organization. Ivana Krapko, sorry for that mispronunciation, chairman of the Youth Council of the Federation of Trade Unions of Ukraine. Lucky Omar, project officer at International Organization for Migration Somalia, and Norris Moreno, CEO of Mass Resilientes. And these are amazing people. If I was to read their bios, it would have taken all the time that we wouldn't have any time for discussions. So I'm very excited to have this conversation with you. I know we're going to have amazing conversations. We're going to learn a lot from you all. I would like to say a few things about this session. You know that by 2030, almost 60% of the world's extreme poor will live in areas affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, according to the World Bank estimates. In FCV situations, youth unemployment can be a major contributor to instability and insecurity. Youth who are directly affected by conflict face limited opportunities for education and employment, which can drive them towards crime and radicalization. In such situations, promotion of youth entrepreneurship is an important strategy to creating economic opportunities and support self-resilience and foster great social cohesion. And some of the people that we are in this room together, in this virtual room together, have already been working towards this. So I'll just straight on go to the first question to you all. What are the factors that make it difficult for young people to access job opportunities in FCV contexts? And Hila and Ivanka maybe can go on and tell us, how has the violent conflict affecting your respective countries, Afghanistan and Ukraine, altered the job market for young people? And Norris, while they're telling us, you can also be thinking about responding to, how does the institutional fragility in Venezuela affected the job hunt for young people? And for all of you, what other specific challenges can you identify for youth unemployment in FCV locations based on your experience, and what solutions can be proposed to address them? Hila, do you want to start?
Thank you, Sylvia. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So talking about factors or barriers that resulted high unemployment in Afghanistan, I think this is one of the country with the highest unemployment rate, but also we're facing a severe hunger crisis and significant unemployment rate at the moment. Political stability is very linked to high employment rate, but also economic growth in a country. But as we know, in Afghanistan at the moment, there is a humanitarian crisis going on. And since September 2021, Afghanistan was confronted with severe hunger crisis, and which resulted from combination of so many problems. We had political instability that we still have. We had conflict, drought, floods, and COVID-19 pandemic as well. So that's resulted a high level of unemployment in Afghanistan. And at the moment, most of us might know what's happening in Afghanistan through news channels and social media. It's been almost 2 years that schools have been shut down towards girls in Afghanistan, and the only country in the world where there is no schools education available for women and girls. So this can also result high unemployment rate, because with the new regime and the restriction they have put towards women, so women are the half of the population in the country. They don't have any jobs anymore, which also resulted in a high unemployment rate in Afghanistan. And one of the biggest barrier, I believe that Afghanistan had over the past 4 decades, and we still have that. We don't have any foundation in the country. We don't have basic infrastructure for people so they can get jobs. There are too many restrictions in the country at the moment. A lot of businesses, since the current de facto government took over and the withdrawal of the US army, a lot of people, especially the brains power in Afghanistan, left the country. We had so many small scale businesses, especially that were led by women. They're all no longer available because of the new restrictions that have been put on, that women cannot have any business, women cannot work in an NGO, they cannot work at the UN. So this is a very specific barriers that prevented a lot of young people from accessing job, but specifically young women in Afghanistan. And another factor is that having no strong financial sectors. In order to start a business in Afghanistan, any young people who wants to start a business in Afghanistan or seek employment, there is no loans because the banks don't have any money. There is no strong financial institute in Afghanistan that can support young people, especially the youth, that they can start a business in the country. And the other thing is digital literacy. If you want to start a business, in today's world, everything is online. Everything needs to be done online. The job market is online. But in Afghanistan, we don't have digital literacy. It's very low because, like I said, we don't have foundation. We don't even have electricity that is sustainable. We don't have any basic infrastructure for imports and goods and exports. So these are all the factors, that barriers that are contributing to high unemployment rate in Afghanistan. And also analyzing the job market at the moment in Afghanistan, if you analyze it, there are just so many restrictions, including access to education. In a country where half of the population are not educated, how will they find the real job that they're seeking? For example, in other countries, we give example where war recently have started, but they already had a basic foundation to begin with. So even if the war is temporary in a country, young people will still be able to re-emerge and start their businesses. And the employment rate might reduce. But in Afghanistan, where we don't have any basic foundation and infrastructure, for long-term thinking, it's very hard to reduce the unemployment rate. So these are the key factors and barriers we have at the moment in Afghanistan. Should I also provide recommendations, Sylvia, or we can just have another turn?
Go ahead, we will save time.
Thank you. And I think, like I said, why we don't have it. And the first thing is to start with the foundation, because for obvious reason, if you want to start a business in a country and to build an economy, a strong foundation is needed to support job growth, business creation, trade, and even skill development. It all is very closely linked to the foundation and infrastructure in a country. And especially when World Bank works in countries like Afghanistan, it's very important that the project, that the policy that the World Bank have for Afghanistan is conflict sensitive and very specific, context specific as well. Maybe we might have war similar to other countries, but we might have different political instability. So it's very important whenever World Bank is starting any project in Afghanistan, first, it shouldn't be short term. It shouldn't be like for 5 years, because for 5 years, we can't have sustainable solution in a country like Afghanistan. To build an infrastructure, it will take a long time, even decades. So focus should be on building the basic infrastructure in a country. To create a legal environment for business to grow in a country like Afghanistan. If there is no reliable infrastructure in a country, a lot of businesses might start, but they will shut down in 1 or 2 days or even like a month. So funding businesses and project in Afghanistan should be something that is a long-term solution that the World Bank could have. The second solution is, because I've been working a lot with local community, and I'm a keen advocate for localization. Any project that will come to Afghanistan, it's very important to have a bottom to top approach and to invest in local community, because I've been attending the other panel, and this is one of the area that was touched upon, that how we can work with local councils and also support local community. And localizing of investment and having micro fiscal policy is quite important for a country like Afghanistan. But also providing long-term financial support to grassroots organization. Civil society organization can play a very important role when it comes to employment rate, especially because civil society organizations that are led by young women, because they can provide support to young women at the grassroots level to find job opportunity, to train them, to provide that support. And this is what the World Bank needs at the moment in Afghanistan. Focus on localization, have a conflict sensitive approach and context specific policies, and provide long-term support. support. It shouldn't be a project-based program in Afghanistan just to tick mark a few things that we have done in a country and then, okay, we will leave. We should have long and sustainable project in Afghanistan, but starting with the foundation and basic infrastructure. Thank you.
Over to you, Ivana.
Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon. So my name is Ivana, I'm from Ukraine, and when we talk about situation with our young workers, with our youth in Ukraine, it's completely difficult because, for example, like when from 21st of February last year, when war started, now we have official number of more than 8 million people who became like refugees, and when we talk about this number, we should understand that most of them are young people, are students who leave Ukraine, and now they are living in Europe or in, for example, in the USA. But also we have a very big impact in our labor market because the second number which we have, it's our internally displaced people who, for example, forced to leave their home, for example, in the east of Ukraine, which are close to the Russian border, and now they are living in the west of Ukraine on somewhere in a bit more safe place. And it's a huge problem because we feel a challenge through my trade union work how to integrate these people to society, but also analysis of our labor market, it's not very nice because the official number, for example, of people who are unemployed now, it's like almost 137,000 of people, but it's an official number. And when we talk about unofficial, it's almost 2 million people. And also I want to repeat that usually it's young people and it's a women.
Sorry,
next.
Ivana.
Yeah.
I know that we don't have time. I should be the one asking you to be fast, but they're actually asking that you can slow down a bit.
Okay.
That's
okay.
right. Yeah.
So next challenge, which we have now in Ukraine, that's we have more than 5 million workplaces which was destroyed, and our colleagues who continue to work now, for example, in industrial factories, they have overwork, and when we talk with them through our trade union leaders, all of them update us that this overwork pushed them leave their workplace and try to find some work abroad in Europe, for example. So when we analyze these challenges through our trade union work, we try to work with people locally and try to support them. And I totally agree with them with our previous speaker that our work now based usually with people in local level. In Ukraine we call it like gromada, and these people maybe need the biggest support now because when we talk about a region which was under occupation, there are a lot of villages and cities which are totally destroyed, and of course Ukraine have now a crucial number of support and financial support, but this support used for support our government and our government work and our army, but when we talk about, for example, rebuild home for houses for our civilians, they have usually long-term perspective, and how it impact for youth. Youth leave this place, and of course now we have very interesting situation because in these regions which was under occupation and now they were liberated, they start to looking for workers, and we have a lot of vacancies there. People, our employer try to find some builder workers, some plumber, people who can rebuild or fix building, but they can't find it. And what we try to provide through union work, we try to work with youth and have no special courses for them to teach how to build, how to fix some houses, and in that case we can provide some they can raise some money, and also we have next one challenges, which it's big challenge for our young workers. It's a very low salary, because for example the average salary now in Ukraine is something around 60,000 of hryvnia, and if we account how much it will be in dollar, it's like $400. So it's very low level of salary. So it push our youth to leave Ukraine and move to Europe. And now we start to talk about rebuilding. Of course, we have an ongoing war, but we talk about rebuilding and think how we can come back our young workers, our young people from Europe, for example, because I want to emphasize that all of them, okay, almost of them, it's people with high education. It's a very people with very, they are very qualified. They have a very high level of qualification, and there is, for example, one statistic. Then now in some European country they have official employment. So it's so sensitive moment, and but we start to think how we can provide decent workplace and a decent salary in Ukraine for come back our youth and include them in rebuilding.
And Norris, how about you?
Hola, bueno, yo les hablaré un poco.
Hello. I'm going to talk a little bit about the situation here in Venezuela. I'm a sociologist, and currently in Venezuela, we are undergoing a humanitarian crisis. What does this mean? Basically, the government is not in a position to address the basic needs and respect the rights of our population. Basically, access to housing, employment, education, food, and public utilities and services in general. Even though this may be seen as an institutional crisis, it is also political and economic. Basically, even though there's reports that say that the impact our country is suffering is social and economic, there's also a psychosocial impact, especially among our youth, to the extent that the youth and children that grow up in a context of violence, economic shortcomings, and to see how difficult it is for their families to cover their basic needs, erodes their self-esteem, and it even impacts the collective psyche, and it's called like learned hopelessness. And throughout this process, the youth simply do not see a future in their country, so they restructure their own life plan, and it changes the impact and impacts the view and perspective that the youth have about life, their country, and themselves. So basically, they feel uprooted, and we have seen this with the mass exodus of Venezuelans to other countries, mostly in Latin America, where now we, the youth, are facing rejection because the youth that leave the country illegally are the ones that are the most vulnerable, and when they get to other countries, they're not welcome, because so they are equally vulnerable but in a different country. So this is a challenge, because when faced with this institutional fragility in Venezuela, one of the hardest hit sectors in Venezuela has been education, and it pains me to say that there are way too many youth that do not even want to go to school, because that quote unquote institutional promise that through education you will access a better quality of life and social mobility is no longer possible. So currently, the lack of education is huge, and there's very high school dropout rates, and school is no longer attractive. And obviously, when you don't have basic education foundations, it's very hard to access decent work. This, together with the fact that our country does not offer formal employment opportunities or decent salary. Actually, here in Venezuela, the minimum wage is between $2 to $5, and a person needs about $500 to make a decent living. So we are surrounded by this diatribe and dilemma as the youth, where we are growing up in a highly complicated context. And at the same time, we have this internal dilemma because we no longer identify as Venezuelans or as part of our communities or even families because of the ever increasing number of conflict, violence, and shortcomings. So just like Ivana, I would like to mention some recommendations, but I guess I may have to wait a little bit. And I would like to add that here, Venezuela, there's an outlook of despair and hopelessness. Everybody has their own context and issue, but just like there are a lot of problems at the structural or institutional, social, and cultural levels, there's also a lot of initiatives that are led by our youth that, in spite of the context, are doing amazing things to build a better country.
Thank you so much. I unmuted myself instead of just going on. I would like you to start from my next question, and then also you can go on and give me the recommendation part. What are the skills and resources needed for young people to successfully start and grow their own businesses in FCV affected areas? In your own expert opinion, how can institutions like the World Bank Group support young entrepreneurs in these FCV locations? And you can also combine that with the recommendation part of my first question.
Thank you. My name is Lucky Omar. I work with UN Migration in Somalia, and I oversee a female rehabilitation program. We work with men and women disengaging from Al-Shabaab. And that's where I want to start. One, responding a little bit to your previous question, but also I'll get into this one. One of the major challenges right now in Somalia for youth is the problem of Al-Shabaab, the terrorist group that has been in the country for the last decade, over the last decade. And it has resulted in lack of access for a lot of young people, particularly for young women. And I work with young women. So I think one of the solutions, one of the recommendations I would talk about in Somalia is engaging the community, not only in creating opportunities for women and young people, but also working actively towards community understanding and community cohesion. Because we see that there's a lot of lack of trust, and particularly from the young people who have had the unfortunate experience of being caught up in Al-Shabaab and being engaged in Al-Shabaab. When they do come back into the community, there are no opportunities for them, in addition to the general lack of opportunities and access for young people in Somalia. So I think where we have to start is where the root of the problem is. Work on social cohesion, work on creating avenues of access for young people in this country where there are really very few avenues for access. Also working on the frameworks in the country that allow people the opportunity to engage in the work sector where there are very few ways for them to engage, particularly those who have disengaged and who have gone through rehabilitation and reintegration programs, but still find themselves without any opportunities. Another big thing for Somalia, I think, is the Somali diaspora. There's a very big Somali diaspora, those of us who were able to leave and come back into the country with different skills, different levels of access. I think diaspora engagement, active diaspora engagement from the side of the government, but also from the side of donors such as the World Bank, is one of the ways that Somalia can find itself creating more coherent opportunities for youth, more intentional engagement of young people and women at the decision-making stage. Not only, as one of the colleagues mentioned, projectized approach, which is unfortunately what happens in fragile context, is that there's a very projectized approach. And a lot of these organizations are not immune to that. But I think from the get-go, engaging the community, engaging young people in the decision process, the planning process, is what will create more opportunities, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Hila, you have advocated for Afghan girls' education and trained young women on how to act as first responders to humanitarian crisis. In your experience, what are the advantages of decentralizing education and service delivery? And Ivana, you can take this one next. Based on your work launching Trade Union Lifeline in Ukraine, how can delivery systems such as yours improve daily life among the population living under FCV conditions? What specific challenges and needs have you observed working with trade unions across Europe?
Thank you, Sylvia. To start first with, when we started our journey on training young women to be the first humanitarian responders, our key goal was how we can localize our policies and the programs we have, because often in countries like Afghanistan, most of the big NGOs, including the UN that came into Afghanistan, they just stayed in the capital and they never left the capital to go out and look in other provinces and the situation in other provinces, how it looks like. And considering Afghanistan, majority of Afghan people are farmers. They rely heavily on crops for their crops for their daily income. So in Afghanistan recently, we had a lot of floods. So we had a lot of climate-related humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. But at the same time, considering Afghanistan, where it's a very conservative country, but with so many problems, people don't really realize and they're not educated on the effects of climate change on their community and why there is a humanitarian crisis in their local community. So when we went to a local community and started advocating for humanitarian movement to be the first humanitarian responders when it comes to humanitarian crisis, we did receive a lot of barriers. First, to begin with, that people were not aware. And the first thing that we started was raising awareness about the climate crisis, the climate change, and how it's affecting the local community. But at the same time, why it's so important to train young women to be the first responders to humanitarian crisis. Because often when there were a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, the needs of women were not considered enough. Most of the programming through humanitarian response were not gender lenses, from a gender lenses perspective. So that's why we started educating about climate change and how it's affecting and how women can be the first responders to humanitarian crisis. And the second thing, we did try to have as much as preventive measure as we could, but at the same time, we did engage with the local international community on how they can start localizing their projects in Afghanistan and how to decentralize education, because what we did was include everyone in the community. This include religious leaders and tribal leaders, because often we have a specific demographic going to when it comes to humanitarian crisis. But what we did as through our NGO, we included all the stakeholders in the community to talk about climate change and how it's important to women to be allowed to be the first responders to humanitarian crisis. So these are the things we did, but the key point of advocating for decentralized education system and service delivery is to localize. This is one of the things I will emphasize as much as I can. And there are a lot of advantages. Like I said, having a bottom to top approach is a very important thing when it comes to working in countries with conflict affected history, because a lot of things need to start from the root in order to pave the way for more sustainable infrastructure in a country.
Thank you, Hila. Before you continue, I want to remind you that we're being interpreted. So the slower we go, the better, even though it's just a few minutes to our end of the session, but we still need to allow our translators to be able to do their job as well. Yes, Ivan.
Yes, so about Trade Union Lifeline, I'm really proud that together with our youth when we were started, and maybe after 1 week, we had our first Zoom meeting, yeah, and find each other and start to talk what we can do for Ukrainians, how we can help, because really in that time we recognize that when you're engaged in a trade union work, it means that you know a lot of people across Ukraine. And of course, in that time, everyone needs different kind of help. And we organize our, we call it like voluntary initiative, Trade Union Lifeline, together with the Trade Union Ukrainian Youth and also with NGO Labor Initiative. And I started to provide humanitarian aid to first of all, it was for trade union members, and also from all of people who had needs in help. But in this Trade Union Lifeline, we want how do I say, we realize our Trade Union Lifeline, thankful for our trade union brothers and sisters from Europe, because they really helped us to collect humanitarian aid, because during last spring in Ukraine were very big lack of food, of different medicine, for example, and in this territory which was under continued attack, like people lost everything, even clothes, even I don't know, some simple things. So international trade union organization helped us a lot, but we delivered this aid around Ukraine ourselves, and we had a very great cooperation with our youth from railway trade union. And also together with railway trade union, we helped to evacuate people from the east and to work there like volunteers, like psychologists. So we try to do everything, did everything we can for help people. Also through our Trade Union Lifeline, together with our youth, we try to help our children, because we have now in Ukraine a lot of places, a lot of hostels where live people who was evacuated from territory which now under occupation. So we provide some charity events and try to engage them. And it has very like two impacts. Okay, the first one, we help children, but second one, we at the same time help ourselves, because help yourself, because all of Ukrainian youth and Ukrainian people now live under very big psychological pressure. So when you help children, you help other people, you feel like, okay, you can do something for victory, for help. But also we through Trade Union Lifeline, we provide some educational event, and during last year we had something around 6 educational events, but it was for our union youth, because in Ukraine during last year we had a crucial number of labor legislation in trade union work. So we organized this event for support our young trade union leaders, because we want to save our organization and save them and do everything we can for following them around all of labor legislation changes and so on. So it was like one of our points of work, but also like I said before, that we have a crucial number of refugees. So one of our work was provide some methodological help against human traffic, and we put this brochure inside the train, and which, for example, following to Warsaw or to Vienna, and people can read and maybe be protected from human traffic. It's like briefly about our Trade Union Lifeline.
Sylvia, you're muted.
Oh no. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. I was talking about one question that I'm going to ask, and now I've used all the 2 minutes that I was going to give you talking to myself, and no one heard what I was saying. But somebody asked, how do we address institutional weakness and corruption in many conflict-affected countries? In the little time that you can answer that, can you start, Lucky?
Sure, thank you. How to address institutional corruption? Among the many problems that Somalia has is the fact that there's a lot of corruption, but also the prolonged conflict of over 30 years has resulted in outdated frameworks that have not that have not seen the necessary update to the legal frameworks that existed prior to the civil war starting in 1990. So we're dealing with a form of government that needs a lot of updating, a lot of consultations. And I think in Somalia in particular, while we're trying to address the corruption, we're also trying to catch up with the rest of the world, because we've lost over 30 years of our frameworks not being conducive to the kind of present life. How do we address that? I think one of the biggest ways we can address that is to bring it more to the people. There tends to be a lot of making decisions or putting things down without proper community consultations. So while we are updating frameworks, I think we need to engage communities across the country and make our processes much more consultative, rather than everything happening in Mogadishu, and then we expect the rest of the states in the country to just fall in line when it's not their reality, it's not something that they understand. So I think more community trust can be built through those community consultations in updating our frameworks, and also having the kinds of consequences that should be there to root out corruption. But before we can even get there, we need to get those bodies in place that are responsible for fighting against corruption. So when you don't have the institutions, you cannot fight the corruption, basically. Thank you.
Norris, a quick 30-second. Norris, do you want to say something in 30 seconds?
Well,
I think that corruption, in great measure, it is a political will challenge, and it has a social cultural background, because if there's corruption in a country, it is also based on why, and they may be historical reasons. So I believe that it would be very important to add the training to the grassroots group that will have an important impact on the structure, but you need political will in the institutions and leaders that want to do this, that have the will to change all these frameworks.
A rich and constructive discussion. And in the chats, there are so many good questions that unfortunately we don't have time to answer, and amazing and constructive ideas that are being shared. I would actually advise that those who are able to read can go on and answer some of the questions, because we have people online who have the answers to the questions that are being asked, because we don't have time, unfortunately, to discuss all of them. This is a wrap up. Thank you so much for participating.
Lastly, also joining us online is Irina Pavlik, who is a program analyst for Access for Justice Gender-Based Violence at the United Nations Women Ukraine. And lastly, I am Raga, a research analyst with the Global Findex team at World Bank, and I'm also the pitch competition co-lead for the Youth Summit. Now that we know a little bit about each other, let's dive right into it. Why is gender-based violence a topic of interest? Well, for starters, gender-based violence is a widespread and persistent problem that affects people of all diversities, regardless of their gender, race, age, nationality, sexual orientation, and identity. It can take multiple forms, including domestic violence, sexual assault, female genital mutilation, child marriage, and trafficking. It is persistent and it is widespread and disproportionately affects women. For instance, 1 in 2 women in 44 countries who reported having experienced physical or sexual violence have not sought help or even told anybody about it. Additionally, an additional 200 million women have undergone female genital mutilation, and about 15 million girls each year are affected by child marriage. Gender-based violence undermines fundamental human rights of individuals, including their right to safety, health, and dignity, and also has lasting socioeconomic consequences. A specific area of concern is gender-based violence in fragility, conflict, and violence-affected areas, which present itself with unique challenges. That of breakdown of social and legal system, displacement and migration, and the use of violence as a tactic of war. Women and girls are especially vulnerable to being exploited by state and non-state actors, and also men and boys are also exposed to gender-based violence, including sexual violence, torture, and forced recruitment. In the light of this, I would first like to open up the floor to all our panelists present to understand their opinion on why gender-based violence is a particular area of concern in regions affected by FCV, and how we protect vulnerable population in FCV environments to make sure they're not affected by it. Hannah, would you like to open the panel, please?
Okay, sure. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right, perfect. I guess it works well that I am the first person to be speaking because I am currently based in Ethiopia, which is a country that's located in the Horn of Africa, and that's affected by the war that's in different parts of the country as well. So I believe that I have seen a lot of the impact that conflict
Hannah, I think we lost you for a
has
second.
in exacerbating gender who are undergoing economy now.
You're good now, you're good now. Oh.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So my connection is really bad. It speaks to the concern. Yes.
Irina. Yes,
okay. So yeah, and the apologies for really for the for dropping in and out. But so I was saying that with the current political conditions, the stability, the economic and political conditions, gender-based violence has been exacerbating in the country for the past couple of years. And it is really worsened by the economic conditions of the country as well. And we've seen how rape is used and how rape is weaponized in this parts of the conflict, and how it's used as a form of retaliation by different warring groups as well. So that mainly exacerbates the issue, but also it has led to the disintegration of systems, both formal and informal, within the community in order to, discourage gender-based violence. And there are no healthcare systems anymore in these places. And with displacement happening very frequently, women are being left to be, vulnerable to sexual assault in different parts of the country. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Maria, do you want to add to it?
Thank you very much for the invitation. And this is really great to see all of you here in the World Bank thinking about development challenges, and the GBV, gender-based violence, is a development challenge. It's a pandemic, and it's an issue that really, really need to think about all together. I'm going to give you some data, just 3 quick reflections, but one is about data and the importance that you need to familiarize with this data to understand the magnitude of the problem. I think Hannah mentioned some data, and you too, but I just wanted to give you just 3 points. One is that 35% of women has experienced sexual violence. 7% of women have been assaulted by someone other than a partner. 1 in 3 women will experience sexual or physical violence in their lives. This is worse in many different vulnerable populations. I am the practice manager now on social inclusion, social sustainability and inclusion in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. And I work with many of the vulnerable populations, minorities and people that are excluded from the society, that in this area of gender-based violence is a real, even bigger problem. So these 3 data points are very important for all of us to remember when we have discussions about policy changes, about government, about engaging with the community. So that's one. The second is that although anyone can fall victim because of their sex or gender, women and girls are really especially at risk. And this is something that we need to embrace. I mean, women and girls are especially at risk in this problem. And finally, the cost is in some countries is up to 3.7 of the GDP. This is a cost, economic cost in the society. It's not only a human rights problem, it's an economic, it's a social problem, and it's a problem that affects all of us. So I think from this perspective, it's very important the role that you play in the society, especially when we talk about one of the main challenges on the gender-based violence, which is the social norms. Social norms associated with men authority, with masculinity, among other variables. Among other variables is, for example, the laws that exist in many countries, but then they are not enforced. And then when we think that in our society, this is normalized, okay? In our schools, in our communities. And I think this is something that we need to stop. And you have the opportunity, you have the power to stop that. And I will be happy to elaborate how we have been thinking about measures at the country level, at the project level, working with all of you who are going to be essentially for tackling this challenge later on.
That sounds good. Irina, do you want to add to this?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Hello, good afternoon. It's already afternoon, it's evening actually in Ukraine. For you, it's probably still good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to the World Bank Group. It's an honor for me to have an opportunity to speak here. I come from Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian and I'm currently based in Ukraine. And as many of you know, I represent UN Women. It's the United Nations entity for gender equality and the empowerment of women. And in Ukraine, UN Women is committed among our many priorities to ending violence against women and girls. And as you know, Ukraine has become one of the world's most complex emergencies since the full-scale Russian invasion in February 2024. We have almost 15 million, which is 35% of our population displaced, forcibly displaced due to the armed conflict. Out of them, almost 5 million are internally displaced. And gender-based violence, even before the full-scale invasion, has been a very serious problem in Ukraine, has been a pandemic, as a colleague has said, because, for example, according to the OEC 2019 study on well-being and safety of women, 75% of Ukrainian women said that they have had experience gender-based violence since the age of 15. And 1/3 of whom had experienced physical or sexual violence. Since the full-scale invasion, things have become much, much worse. Multiple forms of gender-based violence, GBV, including intimate partner violence, sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, conflict-related sexual violence, and economic abuse are being reported, exacerbating the pre-full-scale war situations. particularly vulnerable are women and girls, in particular the young women. Last year, after the full-scale invasion, UN Women has conducted a survey on the impact of the war on young women aged 18 to 35. So 87% of the young women surveyed said that they have experienced some form of gender-based violence, in particular since the start of the full-scale invasion, that they don't feel safe because there are a lot of military men, you know, like in the street, and that they, you know, like 24% of the surveyed young women in Ukraine said that since February 2022, they've experienced some form of sexual harassment in public spaces. And, you know, like young women, they are particularly vulnerable and exposed to gender-based violence because many of them have lost their livelihoods. They've lost their income. According to UN Women's survey, like 47% of young women in Ukraine have lost their livelihoods since the full-scale Russian invasion in February 2022. Before the full-scale invasion, the state, the government, had been the key actor in providing services to gender-based violence survivors. After that, many services have been broken, referral pathways have been non-existent, broken, and the police, who had usually been the first responders to all types of gender-based violence, have been very actively involved in the defense of the country. So basically, many incidents, many cases of gender-based violence went not reported. And as you know, since the full-scale invasion, Ukraine has encountered a very severe issue, such as conflict-related sexual violence. And the Independent Commission on Inquiry produced its report on Ukraine, where they have reported numerous cases of conflict-related sexual violence committed by the Russian armed forces in Ukraine, including rape, torture, sexual slavery. The youngest victim was just 4 years old, and the oldest victim of conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine was aged 82.
Right. So I hear how crucial it is to address these problems, especially with gender-based violence in fragility, conflict, and violence-affected areas, which brings me to my next question. Addressing these challenges requires a comprehensive and coordinated efforts involving a range of stakeholders, including government, civil body societies, healthcare providers, and mostly at large, the community. And might also require solutions that are tailored to the local context. So I would like to ask you, in your experience, do you think that grassroots solutions have been different or more effective than the traditional solutions for gender-based violence? And in your opinion, what are some key principles that would guide the development and implementation of community-driven solutions to address gender-based violence in conflict-affected regions? Maria, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. This is a very important question, and I think it deserves a lot of thinking and work with the communities that are affected by these issues at the local level, because I think the local context is everything, and the solutions will be coming from the local context. So I think we tackle these issues in three kind of approaches. One, from the prevention side, mitigation, and responsive. From the prevention side, of course, with a lot of awareness raising campaigns, education campaigns, trying to identify what are the grievances mechanisms at the local level in the communities that works in real time, to establish the protocol, the right protocol to complain and to provide services to the victims or to the survivor. And then empower programs. I mean, do programs that empower women in the communities. That's, I think, super important. That is something that we are working on the prevention side. On the mitigation side, of course, trying to identify what are the risks in our projects. You know, when we think about transport project or even education project, there are certain risks that we have to analyze and identify, and then see what are the mitigation measures that we can put in place. Codes of conduct for civil workers, or try to implement grievances mechanisms at the local level, or trying to support the service providers. So there are many different mechanisms that mitigate and provide responses to the challenges that we are tackling in many countries. The main principle in this area is the survivor-centered approach. It's about the survivor. It's not about us. It's not about the government. It's not about the different communities. It's about the survivor. And the confidentiality and the non-discriminatory treatment and the way that we are engaging with the survivor is really critical. So that's something that we take very seriously in the bank. When we work with the youth, and I worked years ago in a very nice program, we did a hackathon against domestic violence in Central America. I think it's extremely important. You have a power to really change the way that we are thinking about these issues, about the social norms, about the challenges that we have in our communities. I really like to just leave you in this section. Maybe in the next one, I can give you another ideas on how we can work together. But change the way you speak to help change the way you think. I think this is super important, especially when you are using the social media. You can influence everybody. I'm very happy to see all you guys here in this particular session, because you are influencers, all of you, each of you, in the community, as a person, as an individual, regardless of your ethnic ethnicity or the community that you belong. And all of us, and here not because, you know, I work for the World Bank. Okay, I'm here maybe because you invite me, I work for the World Bank. But I'm here as a person, I'm here as a Maria, I'm here as a person that is from Spain, and an individual. Okay, so I think you can make a lot of changes by you taking a stand every time that you have an opportunity. And many times we just, you know, look away. So that's the first thing that we need to do. Think about this issue as a personal issue, even if you haven't been affected by that. I will stop here, and then maybe we can share some ideas later.
Irina, would you like to continue?
Thank you very much, Raga. Yes, I mean, in Women Ukraine, we absolutely love surveys. So last year, we also did a survey on rapid assessment of the impact of the war on women's civil society organizations, surveying the grassroots civil society organizations. So we found out that since the full-scale invasion, the grassroots civil society organizations have become the first responders in the humanitarian crisis. So in the very first days, in the very first weeks of the full-scale war, they have been providing the life-saving humanitarian aid, support, evacuation, and transportation to millions of Ukrainians. Additionally, from this survey on the challenges encountered by the young women, we have learned that despite being the very active, probably the most active part of the society, like young women, they are very active in Ukraine, they are very strong at the civil society, they are volunteers. 97% of the young women in Ukraine surveyed last year said that they feel that they are excluded from the decision making level at all levels, from the community level, regional level, and at the national level as well. So this is important very much to, understand the whole situation, because the community solutions, the grassroots level solutions, and the local solutions are the solutions that work best. And they are the key solutions to ensure ending violence against women and girls in Ukraine, and I believe globally as well. So women's meaningful participation in the decision-making level, from the grassroots level to the national level, is very much important. And women, young women in particular, as many of them are at the high risk group of like many types of violence, sexual harassment in public spaces, online violence, which is also widely reported in Ukraine. So young women are very much affected by different types of gender-based violence. So UN Women in Ukraine has been actively building networks of young women activists, developing them into grassroots women-led civil society organizations in order for them, to receive a lot of information, awareness raising, capacity development, and become the advocates for the change, for the mitigation of risk of gender-based violence, for ending gender-based violence in Ukraine. So, for example, only last year we have created, after the full-scale war, we have created a network of young women peace builders in Ukraine, where more than 120 young women, strong women advocates for gender equality, they have been trained, they have become the agents of change, and they have registered their own grassroots level civil society organizations, because the strong civil society is best place actually to bring the change. Additionally, in Ukraine, at the community grassroots level, UN Women applies the methodology of community mobilization for the empowerment of women and girls. This community mobilization, it affects all people in the community, leaving no one behind, both female, men, boys, and girls. So everybody could benefit from the various capacity building activities. And this is how the community changes, because women get empowered, their voices become heard, and they are able to participate in the decision-making levels at the local level. And this is very important. It is also very important to make the women rise to the national level, of course, but it is much, much harder, especially now with, country being so very militarized, with, city councils becoming the military administrations because of the martial law. But still, we are doing our best to support the local women, to empower the grassroots initiative, form them into self-help groups, because these solutions, they work best, and they are the most sustainable, because the people in the communities, they know what issues they are faced with, and they know best what could be the solutions. So we just listen to them.
Yeah, both Maria and Irina highlighted how they talked about how youth is involved, and Irina also talked about how young women are creating networks to help each other, which brings me to my third question, and this would be my last question before we open up the floor for the audience. So if you have any questions, please do line up near the mic. In your experience, have you seen how youth and community-based organizations are effectively shifting social norms and attitudes that perpetuate gender-based violence? And how can we, the youth, be the part of grassroots solutions to gender-based violence and become advocates in our communities for this cause? I don't know if Hannah is still connected, but
yeah, I am.
Oh yeah, Hannah, would you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. I have to turn off my video because my internet is not very strong. Apologies.
No worries. Yeah.
So just to summarize and answer the previous question along with this one as well, is I do agree with Irina and Maria and what they said about, the need for a community-based solution in order to overcome these challenges with what we're facing. And I also want to add that the work needs to be done early, because in a context like Ethiopia or other countries that are, continuously faced with violence, conflict is not, conflict is inevitable. So we need to make sure that we have systems in place that whenever a conflict happens, we have a community that stands in solidarity and that says no to violence. And one of the things that's happening in Ethiopia is a national dialogue. It's sort of like a consensus building within the nation. And we're having a transitional justice. But something that's missing from that is women's, particularly young women's voices. And whenever you see peace talks or disagreements happening in different countries, you see that there is a lack of women. While women pay the utmost price for, during war, they are not being participated in this event, and that's leaving a huge gap as well. And something that we haven't been doing in Ethiopia as well is that within this transitional justice system, we're not addressing the survivor's voice, and there is a lack of a human rights approach as well. So I do believe if we're able to integrate a human rights-based approach within the healthcare system, within the military, within the law enforcement, that we would be able to create, a sustainable prevention of gender-based violence, even within conflict context. And as young people and as a leader within young feminists in Ethiopia, I want to add as well that, we have been participated, as a political move, as a political agenda, but we haven't been, our voices has not been included meaningfully, and we have been silenced. And in order to overcome this, we need to be able to challenge the status quo. And we need to value the power of documentation and amplifying our own voices. Like if you see the youth policy in Ethiopia, you see that it doesn't reflect the voices of youth at all. And women or girls are mentioned less than 5 times within the whole policy document, which says a lot, I do believe. And we need to, adopt feminist, intersectional approaches in order to make sure that we leave no women behind, no matter their overlapping identities as well. So that's something that we have been trying to advocate for in Ethiopia as at this powerhouse, and I as Hannah myself. But we need to make sure that we have young voices speaking for young women and for young people, and that's, we're creating the solutions that ourselves.
Thank you, Hannah. Maria, you also mentioned that you've seen youth changing social norms. So would you like to elaborate on that as well?
Yeah, we have several examples in Peru, in Bolivia, in Ecuador, and in many countries that we work in the Latin American region, where they are changing in campaigns, in social media, the social norms. And I think it's a very powerful thing that each of us can do. I mean, the social media now is very active in the way that sometimes we use and normalize sexual harassment and gender-based violence. And what we need to do is stop that. And that's one thing that you can, all of us do. Second is we have big programs on providing capacity building on the soft skills, like the self-confidence, communication, to protect a woman, to protect girls in cases of gender-based violence. Also, campaigns and programs that promote the gender equality and question the stereotypes and gender roles. And really, each of us can also contribute to the service providers, organizations, institutions that exist at the country level in your communities by being volunteer yourself, be a mentor of others, work with the community to make sure that you are part of the change. I think we have seen this when the youth are part of the solution. We have better challenges that are tackling in a way that there is long-term impact. And that's what we are seeing now in many countries in Latin America, where many of you are the main actors for the solution working in your communities.
Thank you, Maria. In the interest of time, let's open the floor up for any questions that you might have.
Hello, my name is Peggy Ovat and I'm from Nigeria. I'm an entrepreneur and I work to support women for their economic empowerment. My question is, because of time, how do you think we can interrogate the cross-section between socio-economic empowerment of women and gender-based violence? I have personally worked with women who are not able to leave their abusive relationships because they cannot provide a roof over their heads, they cannot meet their financial obligations because they do not have any source of livelihood. One of the major questions that women who are going through abusive marriages would ask you when you ask them to leave, they'll say, so what do I do? Who's going to take care of my children? In Nigeria, in some areas, some landlords do not rent houses to women who are single. So that's a challenge. How do you think we can interrogate that? And how do you think we can support women to become more economically viable, to stand for themselves and make good decisions to leave abusive relationships? My second question would quickly be, how do you think we can, what instruments are available to deploy in holding state actors of gender-based violence in conflict regions to account and get justice for their victims? Thank you.
You can go ahead with the questions and go with the answers.
Okay, I'm Agatha, and my question is, I have two questions. The first question is, we are talking about women being part of decision making at the grassroots level, coming from a developing country and working and interacting with some of these women. I realize that most at times, the quota that women are even part of at the community level, when we talk about local committees, they are just like giving numbers to be part. Their voices are not taken into consideration. Decisions are not being, their opinions are not being heard. And even at the end of it all, when even the whole picture is brought to the community that this is the agreement or project that we came about with, women's information are not part of it. So as such, when even donor partners even go to these communities to interact with these, at the end of it all, they're like, yes, we come for these meetings, but when we come for these meetings, we don't see that our views are taken into consideration. And another thing too I'd like to talk about is looking at the patriarchal systems in the various communities. How do we break that cycle? Because it's very difficult to break this kind of patriarchal cycle. Most of these men do not know there's many types of violence. They don't know economic violence, psychology, they know nothing. They just know a bit of which is like the physical violence. So how do we navigate all these things? And how do we also train our local institutions? Because these survivors, at the end of it all, when they tend to report their cases or issues to the agencies who are responsible for it, it turns out that these agencies are also corrupt. They also have to, the women have to pay them or give them money in order to facilitate all these things. So how do we navigate all these intersections? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to the answers. If anybody wants to go in first, please jump in. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Irina, would you like to go first?
Thank you. As for the women not being heard, like at the community level, I completely agree with like with this question. It's quite a challenge. Of course, that's why it is so very important to support, like women, especially young women. They are most active often into forming some networks, like support groups, civil society organizations, because it is quite easy for local authorities, local communities to ignore one woman, especially if it is a young woman and, like she's just her. But it is much more difficult to ignore and not to hear and to silence a group of women, a network of women, an association of civil society organizations, like women-led civil society organization. So this community mobilization for the empowerment of women forming them into strong initiative groups and working on them, developing their capacities, institutional capacities, and like becoming strong networks and association, it helps. It's not maybe like 100% key to all the solutions, but it very much affects. As for like lack of economic opportunities, lack of livelihoods, like pushing women into abusive relationships, I completely agree with the colleague who asked, and I see it all over Ukraine as well. So this is why it is so important to provide women with small grants, medium grants, like support women economic empowerment, which is also part of UN Women Ukraine work. And of course, vocational training, educational activities, and legal awareness, because many women, they just don't know their rights, and that's why they cannot really exercise fully their rights that are given them by the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Arina. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but Maria has very kindly asked you to send her the questions if you have any more, and she'll reply to them personally. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arina. Thank you, Hema. And thank you, Maria, for joining us. And stay tuned for more.
Hello,
Thank
please,
you.
Please, excuse me, please. Please, I have a question concerning the boy child.
I'm sorry?
Just a minute, please. I know we have been addressing about the issue of the girl child things. I think it's also the right time for us to talk about the boy child, please. You guys can get me if you want me to go ahead. I think this is opportunity for me that you talk about you work at the World Bank. Please, if you go ahead, I will do that. Can I go ahead to ask my question?
Unfortunately, we don't have time, but you can talk to us personally on the side if that's
Happy
okay.
to answer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But
Thank
we
you.
have to move on. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, who's ready for lunch? Or you're gonna have to wait. But I promise it's gonna be worth it. Can you guys hear me okay? The next session is fundamental. The next speakers will highlight the linkages between climate change and areas affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. When we think about environmental shocks, we think about droughts, floods, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, and these are natural disasters to begin with, but they are even more devastating on local communities that are already affected by instability, violence, and food insecurity. The World Bank predicts that climate change will displace 216 million people by 2050, and if we want to deliver sustainable development and promote peace, it is absolutely essential to address both climate change as well as the drivers behind fragility, conflict, and violence. Thinking locally is a foundational part of the solution equation. And I will now pass the mic to Srujani, who will kickstart the session. Let's give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. So can I just ask everyone to rise up? Quickly. Quick. Thank you. Stretch a bit. Yeah. I know like a lot of you have traveled here, so jet lag, so am I. So I think afternoon is the time when we can like stretch a bit. Some more stretching, please. And I promise today is not the only day when I'm going to be moderating a session before lunch. Even tomorrow, you'll see me right before lunch. So we'll do the stretching again. So thank you so much. Please take your seat. So I'm Srujani, and I am the moderator for this session on rising seas, rising tension. And I would like to invite our panelists. So we have two of them in person. Louis Cord, who is the Global Director for Social Sustainability and Inclusion at the World Bank, and Javanik Henry, who is a fellow at Alliance of Small Island States. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Yeah, thank you. And joining us online are Amina Bintaleb,
Can we have Amina Bentala on the screen? Binta Bajaha and Opera. Amazing, thank you. So this plenary session will address the intersectional challenges of climate change and areas affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. As we've already heard, that climate change can exacerbate FCV situations by leading to droughts, flood, and food insecurity. And the World Bank predicts that climate change could force 216 million people across 6 world regions to move within their countries by 2050. It's really an honor to be moderating this panel, and I don't want to take much time. And I think let's just kickstart with the first question, where I would invite all the speakers to help us understand the complex relationship between fragility and climate change. How do climate shocks create or exacerbate fragility? So may I first invite Louis Cord, followed by Javanik, then Amina, Binta, and Opera. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, let me just say what an honor it is to be here with you and to have a discussion on climate action, because it is really, unfortunately, you who are going to have to take this agenda forward. And there's so much to be done. And we're starting to work on it. It's starting to move, but it's really going to land squarely in your lap and the lap of my grandchildren. So the question is, what is the link between climate and conflict? And I'd like to highlight 4 specific areas. First, conflict is always associated with exclusion. One group is got less, one group is out. Conflict also reduces, as we've seen, and we're hearing stories come out of Sudan, and we're hearing stories from Ukraine, but and also wherever else we want to look of hotspots, of less access to service. So you're looking at people who are excluded, you're looking at people who don't have access to health services, you're looking at people who don't have access to labor incomes, people who don't often have access to financial markets because the markets have crumbled in the face of conflict. So it's a challenge of exclusion, and that the relationship between when climate shocks hit, you already don't have access to the health services you may need, to the financial markets you may need to help you deal with the drought, to the labor markets to deliver income or to sell your goods. So that's the first challenge, is that exclusion from conflict makes you more vulnerable to shocks because you have less access to tools to deal with it. The second is resilience. Countries in conflict already have are more vulnerable to begin with. They're facing, as you heard, challenges of interpersonal violence, challenges of gender-based violence, challenges of child labor, more often child soldiers. And so they're already less equipped. The infrastructure has been destroyed, that they need the roads, that they need the transportation infrastructure. So there's a link between conflict and the ability to be resilient and to be safe that's aggravated by climate shocks. Third is social cohesion. When you have conflict, you don't have social cohesion. You have lack of trust, often within a community, between different groups, between communities, between ethnic groups, between pastoralists and farmers, and between communities and the state. Without trust, it's very difficult to come together to deal with a water shortage, to deal with flooding, to deal with any of the climate shocks, because you're not able to act collectively. In a situation of no trust, everybody acts individually, and what we need in the face of climate action is collective behavior. And finally, is something called process legitimacy, which is how decisions are taken and who's involved in those decisions. When you have conflict, there's often not a clear process for deciding who accesses which resource, who's able to make a decision that everyone's going to follow to adhere to. And so we see situations where decisions are made in conflict areas at a very local level by one particular group, for instance, in northern Cameroon, where fisher folk built bigger ponds, man-made ponds, to protect their fishing resources, which led to catastrophic results for pastoral communities who then lacked access, were not able to do their migration that they needed to do with the cattle to reach the greener grasses. So decisions are made in ad hoc ways, often in a conflict situation, and that makes it very difficult to plan. That makes it very difficult to have transparent and accountable decisions, which is what you need to be able to address climate action. So let me just stop by saying the 4 things I listed: inclusion, cohesion, process legitimacy, and resilience are all dimensions of social sustainability. Social sustainability is eroded when you have conflict, and it is further eroded in the cases of and makes it then very difficult to address climate action, which requires social sustainability, collective action, transparent and planned decision-making, inclusive access to services. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Lois. Over to you, Giovanni.
Yeah, thanks. Just in answering your question, just to get a feel of the room, by a raise of hand, who here is from a developing country? All right. What about from a developed country? Okay, and of course, from my small island developing states, any here? Also, I know there are watch parties online. Anybody from a small island developing state? Okay, I see at the back. And the final question then. Who here believes that your country is on the front line of climate change? So I think essentially we see that, based on the response, that we sort of have a collective responsibility. And of course, I'm not going to dwell into all of the climate shocks. I think now we know the science is clear. It is clear for everyone to see. And just touching on how this has exacerbated the fragility, looking at it particularly from the angle of small states where, we have existing high debt levels. We have very small and open economies. And of course, when the external shocks happen, that triggers these sort of economic implications, which threaten our ability to invest in these socioeconomic areas, whether it is health, education. And I think we all would understand the implications of being unable to effectively invest in these critical issues and critical areas, and the sort of ripple effects which it creates in the society. And the question now is, and again, I'm going to be very sort of solution oriented because we all hear about the issues, we all hear about the shocks. We know that, typical example, in terms of resources, during the COVID-19 pandemic, what is the one thing which people sort of rush to get to in the supermarket? I think it went sort of viral or whatnot. What is it? Toilet paper, right? So look at it, within the COVID-19 pandemic, this one resource, for whatever reason, was seen to be scarce. And everybody just ran, and you could see the potential conflict, even the supermarkets, people fighting and whatnot. So look at it in the climate change context, where now we've seen that with unsustainable use of our natural resources, various resources become very, it's infinite, and then the potential for creating conflict. So yes, we are in a world right now that we have, existing conflicts and so on, but just imagine with the threats as our resources deteriorate due to the climate crisis, what are the potential conflicts? But again, in terms of solution, how can we address that? And I always say that the power lies in us as young people. I consider myself to be very young as well. I was also a delegate a couple of years ago. But also it's a point of having that community-driven approach. Even in your existing initiatives, I want to urge that we continue to adopt approaches where we build coalitions and not just operate in silos, because that is how we'll be able to counteract these climate shocks and to counteract these socio-economic issues due to our fragile economies and so on. So I just want to urge particularly to just continue to build coalitions, because I often see within various countries that we operate, we do certain things, but then it's not the ability to upskill individually. It's not always possible. Look at it even your sub-regional approach, because of course, if you're in Africa, you cannot perhaps deliver a regional project, but look at it even the sub-regional areas in the Caribbean, within the Eastern Caribbean, in the Pacific. What are the areas we can sort of tap into? And that is why I want to encourage us as young people that we capitalize on these spaces, because that is where you can share the ideas. And I can tell you from my personal experience that the conversations out there, these are where the solutions are really developed and driven that will allow us to counteract all of the climate shocks and of course the other socio-economic challenges which sadly it exacerbates.
Thank you. Over to you, Amina.
Well, hi everyone. I'm very glad to be with you today, and sorry not to be in person with you. Regarding to the issue, unfortunately, the climate change doesn't differentiate between any country in this planet. Like, it's affecting the poor countries and the rich countries. But the thing is that the most affected countries are the the least developing countries. Like, for example, in Yemen. And at the same time, these countries are the least polluted countries. So we get affected by the climate change, and we can't do much about it, because in a country that suffer from like conflict and war and poorness, feminine, all these things, it's hard to talk about things related to climate change or the environment. So this is the idea when the innovated projects come and the civil societies work in. For example, I am a social entrepreneur, and of what I saw in my countries, especially from the heritage buildings that was very affected by the climate change, and we lost some of them. I tried to make some solutions, and but it's not enough for us because of the climate change crisis.
Thank you, Amina. Over to you, Binta.
Hi, everybody. Same as Amina, apologies for not being able to talk and attend in person. I'll just go straight into it. As colleagues have spoken about, consequences of climate change are manifested differently across geographies, life realities, and across bodies. So of course, what impacts one person in an urban area will not be the same as someone who's impacting in rural areas. And the same goes as to so-called global north and global south. I will, however, because the question asked about the linkages between climate change and food insecurity, which is undeniable. However, the link of climate change and conflict is fuzzy at best. However, there's no denying competition on dwindling resources, which erode social cohesion and ramp up tension. So in acknowledging that some countries, like I'm from the Gambia, which is part of the Sahel, which is a geographical zone across the African continent, for example, is very, very prone to climate shocks. Now, what happens is in the intersection of it, we do see that food insecurity has tremendously increased a lot, and because all due that anthropogenic climate changes impact directly food producers. Most in the African continent also, but mostly in the African continent, most of the Latin America and Asia, a lot of the producers are smallholder farmers. And these smallholder farmers do not have the capital to actually invest in irrigation systems or that will be able to help them prevent being super dependent on rain-fed agriculture. So for me, what it comes down to is the entrenchment of longstanding global inequalities that has rendered some bodies, be it Yemen, be it the Gambia, be it Pakistan, being somewhere in Latin America, more vulnerable to climate change than others. And the solutions that have to be created on that should actually take a look at the intersectional lens of it. Who is it that is impacted? Like my PhD research focused on the intersectional fragility of climate change and taking a look at the micro, meso, and macro. I feel like with climate change, we cannot just focus on local solutions because it's a global problem. We can't keep talking about local communities at the front lines of climate change without taking a look back as to how the meso and macro really affects the micro as well. So everything is interlinked, and we keep talking about holistic way of approaching it. But at the same time, I feel like that's the only way that we could deal with the consequences of food insecurity, which is exacerbated all the time by conflict, and then exacerbated even more by climate change. So be it in my line of work, I've traveled the past couple of years, I've traveled a lot to the forefront of the floodings in Pakistan, the heat waves and droughts across the Horn of Africa and West Africa, for example. And you could see how if these compounding impacts keep occurring all the time, the same people that were resilient at one point go under and cannot cope anymore. So the question actually is, what can we do instead of adding more pressure to them and to asking them, what can you do to actually solve the problem, right? That's why I want us to take a step back and be it from the micro, we take a look at the macro as well, in parallel. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you, Opira.
Yes, thank you so much for having me in the summit virtually, and apology for not attending physically. I think as a perfect example that I see physically here, the link between climate change and fragility, conflict, and violence. Looking at from my situation, the situation of my country, South Sudan, where the war happened and we fled the country and moved to another country. That's where we are in Uganda. You find that in the process of conflict, you find that there are a lot of destruction to environment, and in the process, displacement of other people. Where community who used to keep cattle comes and settle in a place of where people used to cultivate their crops. So after a period of time, you realize that the land for agriculture can no longer sustain the livelihood of people because they can't produce crops. So the main thing I see is as it happens in the current situation of the settlement where we are staying in Palabek refugee settlement in northern Uganda. The changes that has happened in the last 5 years since we settled here, because of the conflict. Of course, this place was deserted. I mean, not deserted. It was forested. A lot of trees. The soil was fertile. But when a lot of people were settled in a small plot of land, and because people hardly have any source of energy for cooking, the source of cooking was firewood. And as a means of livelihood, people are forced to look for, to use natural resources like trees, burning charcoal to supplement their small food ratio that is distributed by the UN. So you find that after 2-3 years, the weather of this place drastically changed, and the place became dry. The crop does not grow well as it used to be in the first 2 years. So I clearly see that conflict leads to climate change. But also when climate change has already happened, for example, the place turned dry and the crops does not grow, the source of livelihood is disrupted, again, that increases more conflict. Because now here in the settlement where I stay, refugees have to, have tensions between host community, in search for land for other alternative sources of food. We all know globally right now, the war in different parts of the world has made it very impossible for UNHCR to support refugees in different parts of the world. And it has forced them to reduce the food ratio that they used to give to them. So refugees find that they have no option but to request or try to look for alternatives means of survival. Even in the other way, children are no longer going to school because if there is no food to eat and there is no money, there's no resources to support children, parents are forced to cut trees to burn charcoal. This is the only way they can survive. In fact, for only as a source of energy for cooking their food. So you find that the reality and the link between climate change and displacement, conflict and violence is actually very clear. I think there is no way we can be tracing it like a lot of technical, but the truth is conflict leads to climate change, but also climate change leads to more forms of conflict. So this is why myself, as a student who was supported by UNHCR to access education, together with my colleagues at the university, looking at the solutions that our community needs and the actual problems that they face and the insufficiency that the UNHCR have to serve the population of refugees. We realize that we need something to do. We need something to do to influence our community, to be able to create this change by themselves and then sustain this change by themselves. So this is why I founded an organization called Delegates, to be able to, teach the community that we are responsible for the change that we want, but also sometimes we are responsible for the destructions of our environment, the climate change that we are experiencing. So to me, my message is just like my colleagues started in the beginning, there's already a very clear line between the very clear connection between displacement, livelihoods, and climate change. Local solutions need to be supported. This is the best way we can sustain all the approaches that we are preaching all over the world. It can best be sustained by the local community, because when you plant the trees, it is the local community who lives there, and they're able to sustain and keep these trees to grow. But they are also be able to support their own innovation to look for alternative means of, sustaining their livelihoods instead of experiencing the violence and taking it to the environment and destroying the environment further. So to me, I think this summit is very essential for the community who are attending the summit to look at directly the solutions, supporting the people affected by climate change and the people affected by displacement in responding to the climate change. No matter what happened, whether the climate change has not yet happened, there is a high probability that where conflict has happened and where violence is happening, there is high likelihood for climate change to happen. So we need to support climate change before it happens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Opera. So with that note, I would like to reiterate, climate change leads to conflict and conflict leads to climate change, as Opera highlighted. And I really appreciate the solution-oriented approach that our panelists focused on. With that context, I think we can now deep dive into different topics. First, I think we can start with food insecurity. So for this, I would like to invite Amina Bintaleb, who is YOUNGA Youth Delegate 2021 for the UN General Assembly Trainer for WildDF Yemen. Binta Bajaho, who is a Special Assistant to Emergency Director at World Food Programme, and Opera, who is the founder of the Leads and Climate Change Activist. So the question to these panelists is, when thinking of solutions to address food security resulting from climate shocks, what is the best approach for implementation? In your opinion, could it be reforms, policies, investment in resilient infrastructure? And why do local communities need to be at the forefront of these solutions? So I would like to invite Amina, followed by Binta, followed by Opera. Over to you. Thank you.
So regarding to this, I believe it's a group work, not individually. So we all have to be together in these solutions. What I mean with together is the local authorities, the investors, the social entrepreneurs, and the civil societies, and even the farmers or the citizens who are working in farming and agriculture sector. For example, in Yemen, we implemented some technical solutions. For example, we start using the solar energy because of the increasing of the fuel costs, especially in the past 8 years. And we start using some techniques like, for example, the mulch and the irrigation systems. All these help to increase in the agriculture economy and help us to resist the climate change crisis.
I'll just jump straight into it. Is that okay, Shirani?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So I do feel like if we're talking about food security and some of the solutions, of course, working for the World Food Programme we have the front view on the deterioration of food insecurity around the world. And the traditional way of getting donors within these UN systems or working with partners such as the World Bank to channel the money into governments is proven to not be enough. However, we do have problems like donor fatigue. So I do think that it's time to, in our conversation, change the way that we go about it, in which if we are serious about getting the local community to be part of it, we cannot be sitting in Geneva, Washington, Rome, and writing these projects and then sending it back to the so-called global south, and then expecting result in such a small scale. Everything will have to be scaled up in a meaningful way. Meaning, and going back to colleagues on the panel that we're talking about in northern Uganda, I actually worked there for a couple of months in the South Sudanese refugee camps. It's such a complex matter that you cannot have local solutions that are so tiny that cannot actually translate to the borders of South Sudan, that can't translate to the borders of Kenya. So for the African continent, it has to be a regional approach in ways that we are from, like I'm from the Gambia, but my forefathers were from Guinea, my mother's born in Mali. So it cannot focus on nation states and borders that are artificial, because the problem goes beyond it. And I feel like, and talk about food security, sometimes the country has completely vast realities between the urban centers and the rural or the north and the south, depending on your geographical location. So in that way, I will, within my line of work, within the UN, I will encourage everybody to work with local governments, not bypassing the national government, but if you can work with local governments and understand how communities organize themselves. Each community has a traditional way of organizing themselves, and that's the best approach, to speak to them as to what their problems are, what the solutions are, and work with other type of knowledge that we have gathered globally and share. We have to be able to cross-share knowledge in ways that is actually innovative. And I think these type of platforms are very great. We should be able to talk to young entrepreneurs in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and also include the private sector. And not to blame people, but the capitalist system and the food systems that we currently have is unsustainable. So we can be making the solutions. Like we can have Opera working so hard, and yet the global system is just not conducive for change. So that's the approach that I'll be hoping that we'll be able to get somehow in this generation.
Thank you, Benta. Over to you, Opera.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I want to pick from what my sister Benta said. You see, today I've just been training our local leaders, refugee leaders, all the leaders in the settlement, and I was kind of asking them what exactly is the problem, why we can't find a permanent solution to our problem. Because right now there is back and forth movement. Although the war is reducing in our country in South Sudan, climate change is forcing people to come back, and climate change is making it very hard for people to return home, because the home has turned into the desert. There's no way your crop can grow. There's no way. The other side, the flood is too much. So now the question is, how can our solution give us a security about our future? Now, also there's been a concern where you find big organizations, and I call them big organizations. They have a large funding. They are capable. They call them capable, and they implement projects. But when the project ends, you see what happened at the end of the project. How there appears to be like no pictures of the project has happened. They start looking for local solutions to sustain what they've been implementing. So I see the solution to our food security, so that the climate solutions remain a permanent solution and durable solution for us. Local solutions needs to be prioritized in the global systems of financing all, the reasons for financing the humanitarian service. Local solutions need to be prioritized to sustain all the approaches, because it's a cheaper and a more easier way, and it's actually part of life. For example, having a youth center or community center where community goes to access them, to remind themselves about the skills they have got to sustain, maybe to produce productive types of crops that support them to reduce poverty. That doesn't require an additional spending or additional expense, but it is a community-based a system that is maintained by the community. This is why, as the Leads organization, we've been trying to work with the community regardless of the resources. Without the resources, we're trying to create impact. We're trying to solve multiple issues, but all linked to climate change. But all has started from advocating into coming to create solutions. So my suggestion to the donors, the local, international community, is to look into a way of linking displacement and climate change clearly, because we normally forget the displacement. We look at only the final destination where refugees are taking refuge. We forget where they came from. Because if you link this together, knowing that there will be back and forth movement where the people need to return home, there will be a system of supporting the initiatives that will support themselves to take the initiative in the settlement where they're staying to the home where they came from. So that is what I suggest for the international community. But also to us, the youth, I want to say something to the youth about taking action. We should not ignore our personal potential in giving support to our community in terms of taking direct action in a small scale, right from home, from a small block, because a small action can really count. I have seen how it has counted in the school when I started the project of planting trees in schools, where I knew it is the only place where different trees, a large sector of, a large plot of land, trees can be planted and it can be maintained. So in the homestead and in other community, when the people are not sensitized, it's very, very hard to take actions within that approach. So I call upon the youth and all the communities around and all the participants in the summit to try as much as possible in their own means without waiting for a large interventions to try to take step and take some action within their community. With this, we can collectively make an end to the crisis of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you for calling the youth and the community contribution. Now let's move on to the in-person panelists. So I would like to request Louis and Javanik. So this question is, based on your expert knowledge and experience, can you share what are some of the challenges that are unique to small island states when it comes to mitigating the effects of climate change? How can small island states be better protected from climate shocks in the future? Louis, followed by Javanik. Over to you.
Thank you. First, let me say that where my direct experience comes from working in small states, I worked as practice manager for poverty in Latin America and did a lot of work in the Caribbean on poverty statistics and poverty programs. And then I was country director for the World Bank in West Africa, covering Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Mauritania, and Cabo Verde, and had a chance to work on some of these issues in Cabo Verde. But I would also venture to say that in many ways, Guinea-Bissau and Gambia are also small island states dealing with some of the huge challenges of climate change, if Binta doesn't mind me making that comparison. So, I think the challenges come from, just to step back, the climate shocks are both gradual and slow, and shocks from typhoons and rains and heavy flooding and droughts. And it's both sides that get the small island states as well as many other climate vulnerable areas. I would say the biggest challenges, and I think my colleague Jelen alluded to them, one is the really poor quality of infrastructure. Small island states have very tight fiscal budgets, and I never saw, for the level of GDP per capita that many of them had because of tourism, the quality of infrastructure was really very poor. They're often, dispersed island states, very difficult to put in road infrastructure, very difficult to put in health services, very difficult to put in schools or safety spots. So one is the poor quality of the infrastructure. The other is the weak institutional capacity. Where some of the island states in the Caribbean are 20,000 people. The Ministry of Health for a place that's 20,000 people, or the Ministry of Infrastructure, Road and Transport, they're really limited in what they're able to do. There's no say good things, bad things about FEMA. It's just not a comparable situation for communities in the Caribbean that are experiencing typhoons and hurricanes than what we see in America and elsewhere. We already heard about the extraordinary high levels of debt. Many countries are facing huge levels of debt now coming out of COVID, where they spent a lot, but it's particularly large in these small countries that are trying to deal with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, infrastructure, and have limited tax revenue. Then there's also chronic outmigration. A lot of the skilled population who can help deal with some of the climate shocks has outmigrated. So that's on the challenges side. What about on what can be done? And here, it's music to my ears. I think if you guys come away with one thing from this, or two things that I'm hearing, it's community action, local level action, and it doesn't matter what size. So we do it at scale. At least that's what we try to do at the bank. But it also really matters if you do it with one organization, one community at a time. So what do we aim to do? And I'll talk a little bit more if I get to my last question. I don't know if we'll get there, so I don't know whether I should talk about it now or not. But anyway, what we aim to do is provide resources to communities to strengthen their resilience. And we do this by asking them to come up with a plan. What do they need to do? Where, building on what we've heard, local knowledge, local capacity, what road needs to be made climate resistant? What roof always flies off in the moment of a storm? So what is your plan to build your smooth livelihoods, smooth food security? And then present that to the local government, and then we can provide financing for that. Another thing that we tend to do in particularly small island states is work with the diaspora. Cabo Verde has more people living in Boston than Cabo Verdeans in Boston than in Cabo Verde. That diaspora can be an important source of funding, can be an important source of knowledge and support in times of crisis. So how can we, mobilize and work in a more structured way? It already happens informally. Third is tourism. Many small island states live off of tourism, Seychelles, the Caribbean, Cabo Verde as well. And the best type of tourism we can encourage is this big resort tourism, which doesn't have that many backward linkages, doesn't work, is often putting additional burdens on the ecosystem. And look at models like Costa Rica that do ecotourism, small-scale tourism, that are less impactful on the resource base and can be more resilient if supported in times of shocks. And then we heard about planning at the local level I mentioned, but there's also planning at the regional level. There is so much, we're doing regional support for many countries to build resilience for power stations, to build resilience for health. Disease crosses a border, Zika crosses the border. We need to have resilient regional systems as well. And this is particularly relevant for small island states with limited institutional capacity, is to take regional approaches. Resources can come, I mentioned, from the diaspora. In our projects, the bank is doing always now, and more, I shouldn't say always, but more and more setting aside a portion of the loan that could be quickly reconverted into emergency relief if there is a crisis. So making sure that there is a buffer of resources. We also offer what we call catastrophic drawdown facilities so that countries pay for a certain amount of insurance that if a shock hits, they can draw down on a line. Essentially, it's a line of credit. So let me stop there. So that's just to say, there are challenges, but through planning, community action, and regional collaboration, and building off of the diaspora, there are things that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Over to you, Javanik, and I would also request you to add your comments about building climate resilient communities.
Yeah, certainly. First of all, let's establish the groundwork with small states that we always say that climate change is an unwanted guest that has just taken over our households. It's a case where we know that our contributions to the emissions are quite low. So that is why when we speak about some mitigating in terms of reducing our emissions, that despite our efforts, it's not really going to shift the needle. It's those that are responsible for the main emissions are the ones we need to deliver on the ambitions. So that is why we left with one of our options, which is adaptation. We have no other choice. We have to try to adapt. And in trying to adapt, like we mentioned, the challenges, the limited fiscal space, but also the vulnerability of our economies, like was mentioned. I come from an economy in the Caribbean whereby tourism is our bread and butter. So within COVID, you can understand that when GDP drops by 20%, the sort of implications that has for life on the island completely. Look at our small nature. So when the hurricanes come through, yes, it may hit one area, but the impact on our little 238 square mile island is literally can be wiped off in no time. So these sort of challenges makes it a bit difficult for us in terms of being able to sort of navigate, because we're trying to adapt, but at the same time, and that is where this year we're going to hear a lot of talk about loss and damage, because despite our adaptation efforts, in spite of all the challenges, we are accessing certain funding and so on to get us to adapt. But there would be these irreversible risk which we have to face, and that is why I always say that for us as small states, that not operationalizing a loss and damage fund for us this year is a major threat to global peace and stability. And that is why, there's increasing efforts to ensure that when these disasters hit, we are better protected. We are able to rebuild our economies at a quicker rate, which will allow us to think. But just one in terms of the opportunities, I know I spoke about mitigation earlier on, but it's a case where how do we get private sector? And I know Louise would have mentioned that diaspora and so on, but private sector has a critical role, particularly if you look at renewable energy. How can we create that enabling environment that the private sector will be more enticed to want to invest in renewable? Because I'm sure there are individuals here who perhaps have projects tied to renewable energy, and there are opportunities within there, but we need to sort of bring the private sector on board. Of course, bring the institutional partners like the World Bank and others to see how we can accelerate that. Because if we can accelerate that on the mitigation end, of course, if we can support in delivering on the adaptation funding and then definitely the loss and damage funding, then I think with these sort of three separate approaches, it will sort of set us on a better path where our small states can at least not sink, like we say. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, we would now open the floor for questions from the Preston room. We would be only able to take 3 questions, so please line up in case you would like to ask any questions to our panelists. That's like musical chairs, right? All right, so please state your name, which country you're from, what do you do, and your question. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for everyone for this wonderful conversation we've had today. My name is Hilary Innocent Taylor Seguia from Uganda, and I'm a climate justice activist. I'm also a graduate student of international relations at Harvard University. As an activist of climate change, we are dealing with the East African crude oil pipeline. It's going to be the longest heated crude oil pipeline in the entire world, 1,443 kilometers, stretching from Uganda to Tanzania. So we are dealing with these corporate grid companies like Total Energies, which has 62% of the shares in this project. So those who are affected are the frontline communities. So children are keeping out of school because they're clearing the pathway for the pipeline. Women are facing gender-based violence because government is compensating them with little money. And where we come from, we have polygamous families. So it's very challenging for husbands to divide that money with 4 wives. So in the end, it is women who are suffering. And again, we see also that hundreds of thousands of Ugandans and Tanzanians have become homeless because of this pipeline. So we are making noise all over. We're telling Total Energies, we don't want this planned environmental racism in our country, because we believe that as Uganda, as Tanzania, vulnerable countries, we deserve a livable future. So we've called upon, insurance companies that are, going to provide coverage for this pipeline. We've called upon banks that are financing this project because it needs $3.5 billion to pull out of financing and insuring this East African crude oil pipeline, which is harmful to our lives. So as climate activists, as stakeholders in this whole, I want to pick your mind on how effective we, the vulnerable people of Uganda and Tanzania, can rise up and mobilize ourselves to ensure that Total Energies, CNOOC, that is the China National Offshore Oil Company Corporation, pull out of this pipeline so that we also live a livable future. I thank you.
Thank you for the question. Opira, is this a question that you would like to address? And also would like to open the floor to any other panelists who would like to follow on.
Yes. To my brother there, thank you so much. To me, I think really it's very dangerous to use another dangerous mean, in the pretext of trying to bring solution to a sexual problem. Because right now at hand, we are aware that the climate change in Uganda definitely in different regions actually. It used to be different. It used to be eastern region and other regions, and in South Sudan it used to be another region. But right now, all countrywide, almost every part of the country is experiencing climate change. So, to me, in response to my brother, I would say, as much as we expect solutions from a large scale like international level, we would also think that youth, like I said in the beginning, youth needs to try as much as possible to express their voice using different platforms available. and also evidently trying to bring forward to the funders how dangerous supporting that initiative could lead to. To me, as an advocate for climate change, this is how I started, because I know climate change is interconnected with all aspects of lives. So as refugees, it affected coexistence.
I think there's connectivity. Okay,
and as a video advocate, I decided to use host community. Yes. So I decided to use both refugees and host communities, targeting double solutions on climate solutions, but as well as coexistence solutions. So realizing that it was not only these people living within the community I was advocating for, listening to this. So we used the video, and the video was used in different settlements and actually created a big positive coexistence, besides bringing solutions to the climate challenge. So I would suggest that different social media advocates and different youth who are advocating in different areas of human life, they should be taking responsibility to speak out instead of us waiting for platform, because there are always a daily platform where we can speak to different stakeholders. We also have representatives of our community who are in different parliaments. We can also consult them, and I think they also have the right to take some voice in the parliament, and this can be discussed in the parliament, because I know this is almost a political, a political level stage. I mean, which I think it's at a higher level. So when we use our leaders and they are able to air this out in the parliament, we can be able to push through them, and we can find some level of solution at least. This is what I suggest for my brother.
Thank you, Opera, for sharing this case study. Now I would like to invite both the delegates who would like to question one after the other, and then we can respond to both the questions together. Thank you.
I want to appreciate the panelists for their discussion. My name is Redemptor Mwende. I'm currently a graduate student at American University. One thing I just want to point out is how I've not heard anything about data, yet it's a very crucial and critical aspect in terms of achieving climate change. And I just want to bring out two critical issues about the UN Framework Convention climate change, as well as national determined contributions, reports that are coming in from countries. One thing that stands out in most countries is they do not have domestic monitoring and evaluation systems. They do not have comparable data that shows us what progress they have achieved so far in terms of climate change. The other key critical issue, they do not have anything inclusive of gender, youth, which means these two, gender and youth, are not part and parcel of the process in terms of achieving climate change. So what measures are being taken, first of all, to give technical assistance to country offices to be able to measure, to be able to collect data, to be able to collect this data and aggregate it to global level for us to know what progress are we making and what exactly are we investing on. And then the second thing is what measures have been taken to actually ensure that gender and the youth are part and parcel of climate action. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and the panelists. Thank you so much for such a wonderful conversation. I wanted to ask, developed countries were able to reach their level of development around unsustainable practices. And developing countries are trying to catch up with the developed world. And they simply cannot let go of unsustainable practices in terms of manufacturing and the construction of their infrastructures. Some economies in Africa rely on oil, for example. So is Africa really ready to implement, climate change policies? And how will that affect their progress when it comes to development? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we will not be able to take any more questions, but our panelists are always open to answer them one-on-one. There is going to be, I think, more dialogue on gender and climate change in the next 2 days, so we can answer those questions. I would like to request Louis to give quick closing remarks, and I've been strictly warned by the committee to stop this, so that everyone can go for lunch quickly.
So that's a bad sign when I'm the one standing between you and lunch. So let me just try to be really quick. There were some really good questions raised. First, I would like to say, on the first question, that's a particular case and it's already happening. And I thought you got a really interesting answer from Opira. I would also urge all of you to work with your national governments to put ESG regulation in place, environmental and social good governance. Because if we have these regulations in place for stakeholder engagement, for universal access, for labor and occupational health standards, then all of the climate finance, public and private, in theory, would have to adhere to this if they implement the regulation and build the capacity. ESG can really change the trillions that we spend on climate going forward to make it more impactful. The second point I wanted to say is data, data, data. So when that was the question that came up, but show the impacts that you're seeing, document the impacts that you're seeing of the pipeline, put it on social media, take it out to stakeholders as was suggested. A lot is being done in the World Bank and with a lot of bilateral donors on gender and climate action, because it's a real recognition that women and youth clearly need to be part of the discussions around climate action. And there's special funds that have been set aside, special initiatives to make sure in countries that are undergoing particularly just transitions and exiting coal, where communities are going to experience huge socioeconomic dislocation, where make sure women's voices are part of that discussion, even if they may not be the ones in the mines themselves. But saying on the adaptation side, women, we're talking about planned migrations in some cases, movements of homes and villages. Women and youth clearly need to be part of that dialogue. And that's, again, going back to that community focus. And on Africa, it's not, to conclude, climate change cannot be, it's about less energy for African countries. It cannot be stopped. It's not a stop using energy, stop accessing energy. We are very aware in the World Bank that it has to be hand in hand with expanding access to energy and making that energy more green. And so that's where the focus needs to come, but it cannot be a trade-off. But please, I just want to reiterate the key messages that I've heard is the role of climate and communities, that this is being felt at the local level, and that us as international organizations, you as civil society, youth activists, we all need to work at that level, but link also communities to government, because it's building that trust and building those partnerships that are going to help us to be more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say that let's continue having this conversation. Let's continue to work together. Let's continue to build resilient communities in the face of rising seas and rising tension. Thank you. A big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.